Chapter 1308. The past, the future, and the present were the three forms of time. Although he was currently practicing prophecy, it was impossible for him to accurately predict something or someone's life path just by talking about it. The real great prophecy spell could see through the past and present lives of the prophecy target and extract the threads of fate that belonged to that person. Only after careful and precise analysis could a conclusion be reached. This was easy to say, but it was not easy to do. For example, on Earth, although everyone was an individual, this individual had to interact with his family, friends, classmates, colleagues, neighbors, and even the owner of the snack bar downstairs. For example, he bought an expired pack of crispy noodle snacks at the snack bar. After eating it, he had diarrhea and ruined an important lecture. Everyone's thread of fate never existed independently, but because of this person's connection with society as a whole, it couldn't be separated from it. For example, an ordinary office worker might look ordinary in the first half of his life, but one day he might be helping an honest boss to park his car in the parking lot, and the boss happened to be going the same way as him. The two of them chatted as they walked, and the boss realized that the office worker's area of expertise happened to be the position that he was lacking in. Therefore, the boss gave him a new position. It didn't seem to be particularly good, but this person did it with ease and familiarity. Then, when the middle-level leaders of the company saw that the person was personally pulled back by the boss, they thought that the person had a deeper special relationship with the boss. Therefore, they took care of the person in their daily work. Under the care of the middle-level leaders, the person grew up quickly. He made full use of the field he was good at and walked to the peak of his life. In the end, the life of an ordinary person changed because of a chance encounter. If he hadn't gotten up half an hour earlier that morning because of insomnia and arrived at the parking lot half an hour earlier than usual, he wouldn't have the patience to help when he saw someone parking sideways and in trouble, and he wouldn't have had the second half of his life. In the process of changing his fate, he intersected with his boss and the middle-level leaders of the company, but the interaction with his former colleagues was diluted. At the same time, because his average monthly salary increased by 2,000 yuan, his family was just rich enough to muster up the courage to mortgage a second house. The second house strengthened the relationship between him and his parents. After moving his parents to the city, his parents could help him and his wife take care of their children. This way, he could spend more time on work instead of being trapped at home all day long. In addition, because his income had increased slightly, he could save money every month to buy some skincare products for his wife that he couldn't bear to buy before. This further strengthened the relationship between him and his wife, and made the relationship between him and his wife even closer. In this person's original fate, the two of them should have quarreled over small things over a long period of time and finally parted ways after 3 years. He should have been even more mediocre after the divorce and lived a muddle-headed life, but everything was changed in a coincidence. The fate of an office worker was so complicated. Even if he lived in the mountains and had almost no contact with the outside world, his fate would be simpler, but he still couldn't exist independently. If there were no sudden changes that severely changed his life, he should have lived in the mountains for the rest of his life. Every once in a while, he would cut some wood or collect some game, or he would pick some wild Chinese herbs and sell them to the merchants who came here once every month or so. But perhaps one day, a group of second-generation rich kids with nothing better to do would like to come to the mountains to hunt, or perhaps experience life for a bit. In short, even if he seemed to be a loner, he couldn't escape the shroud of the whole world. No one's fate could be isolated. And this was only the great prophecy spell for an individual. If he were to predict the direction of a nation, there would be more factors involved. For example, there was a famous story about a horse's hoof that wasn't nailed properly, leading to the defeat of a war and further the destruction of a nation. This could be a joke, but it could also be true. However, it could not be denied that it was theoretically feasible. Everything that Qin Guang experienced in the great prophecy realm was to continuously polish and improve his understanding of fate. Prophesying after understanding was actually much more difficult than simply and crudely using telekinesis to forcefully change it. Of course, there was no difference between the two abilities, and each had its own merits. The process of training him in the realm of the cup was also a gradual process. There were steps, plans, and arrangements. It allowed him to start from the fate of an ant, but in the end, it allowed him to reach the realm of Nostradamus, who could see across thousands of years and accurately predict the life and death of a planet. To verify the accuracy of his prophecy, the realm in the cup even forced the flow of time on the planet to accelerate. In the brief 5 minutes that Qin Guang thought he had waited, the planet finally crossed 3,000 years and headed towards destruction. Qin Guang could not help but sigh. Whether Nostradamus truly existed in the Earth's universe, or if he was really that awesome was another matter. But to the life on the planet, he was the most hated prophet. Even so, he had no choice. He had left a warning with hieroglyphs 3,000 years ago, but the progress of civilization on the planet was not enough to step out of the planet in 3,000 years. In the end, when the planet was torn apart, the billion intelligent beings on it could only look up in despair at the skies, watching as an interstellar meteor that was half the size of their own planet crashed down viciously, engulfed in blazing flames. When he deduced the fate of the planet, Qin Guang had also expended a great deal of energy, peeling off the countless fates that could not be expressed in billions, analyzing and deducing them one by one to reach that conclusion after 3,000 years. In fact, he could observe that the trajectory of the interstellar meteor would reach the living planet in 3,000 years. In the entire process of civilization's development, they had more than one chance for technological explosion, but they had missed it due to their obsession with war. Otherwise, they would have developed to the level of interstellar travel 200 years ago, or at least launch interstellar strike weapons to shatter the meteor before it reached their planet. Such was the fate that Qin Guang prophesied, including the planet, all life on it, and even its rocks. War after war had hindered the progress of their civilization, and the reasons and origins of the war were equally bizarre. For example, 2 nomadic tribes would start a war over a lost sheep, or because of or that was mistaken for a rare treasure. All of these were seen through by Qin Guang. However, he knew that this could only be considered as a beginner. The higher the level of the dimension, the more complicated the rules. There were more factors that could affect and interfere with the direction of fate, and the more life forms and materials were involved. He could predict the planetary civilization in that low-level dimension, but he might not even be able to see through the divine kingdom built by the gods in the endless divine realm. After leaving the world in a cup, Qin Guang looked at the Earth's universe again and tried to deduce the fate of the Earth. After a while, he shook his head with a strange expression. It was really strange. According to the process of the universe's history, the Earth should have been gone a long time ago. Perhaps it was a piece of interstellar garbage that was accidentally thrown out by some advanced civilization, or maybe it was a gamma-ray burst, or maybe it was a giant comet's tail sweeping across the sun, causing the Earth to not receive light for more than 100 years. In short, in the entire billions of years of the Earth's history, there were at least 5 events that should have completely destroyed all life on the Earth. However, the life on the Earth stubbornly survived and turned misfortunes into blessings until today, when humans were born. These coincidences, of course, also included the spiritual body of the level 3 civilization that happened to pass by the solar system. Every crisis was resolved without the people on the Earth noticing. He couldn't hide it anymore. The autumn of 1999. He couldn't hide it anymore. The summer of 2008. It was a tragedy that he couldn't bear to recall. In short, there seemed to be a force that didn't belong to the Earth's universe protecting the progress of the civilization on this azure planet. Qin Guang nodded silently. Yes, it must be the old man's previous life. Since I've decided to let the old man be reborn on this planet, I can't not protect this place. This revealed a fact. His previous life, which he didn't know whether it really existed or not, must have controlled rules and laws of a higher level than the Earth's universe. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to interfere with the normal operation of the universe more than once after 10 billion years. Before he had time to show off, the next world of the sun-dazzling cup suddenly appeared. This time, what awaited him was the eye of truth. Yes, it was still about fate. This required him to have eyes that could see through the truth and falsehood. Fate could also lie. Sometimes people thought that it was the peak of life, but it might just be a trap. For example, there was an office worker who had climbed to the top by driving for his boss. After he became rich, He had a change of heart and found a mistress. As a result, when the mistress and the first wife were fighting, he tried to stop the fight, but he was carelessly stabbed in the throat and died miserably. Fate didn't just lie to others, it could also lie to oneself. This was the reason behind the legendary 3 illusions of life. Obtaining the Eye of Truth could avoid the illusion of thinking that he could counterattack and that he would definitely be able to counterattack, instead of, I can counterattack. This Eye of Truth wasn't an independent existence. It also unveiled the mysterious veil of another of the 9 special cups for Chen Guang. It was the combination of the real world and the realm of life. Chapter 1309. Chen Guang realized that ever since he reached the 5th level of the Brilliant Sun realm, the cup realm that appeared served as a connecting link. On one hand, it led him to transcend the shackles of human common sense in the 4th level of the Brilliant Sun realm. On the other hand, it combined the uniqueness of the 9 special planes and brought him step by step in the direction of God. A long time ago, when Chen Guang saw the realm of life for the first time, he clearly felt that the plane was extraordinary. Now that he thought about it, he was right. The 1st level of the heavenly Holy Grail represented man, and the 9th level represented God. Then, the 5th level of the Brilliant Sun realm was in between God and man. After understanding the key points, Chen Guang squinted his newly acquired Eye of Truth. It seemed that he was going to take the path of humanity to God and never return. Just as he was thinking about this, his figure flashed, and he was pulled into the next cup realm. It was called absolute speed. He felt that speed was nothing more than running fast. Was there a need to specially take out a precious spot in the Brilliant Sun Cup realm for him to waste? Wasn't the old man already the fastest young man in human history? Even the agility players in the game who were known for their speed were no match for him. Even the Protoss in the Endless Divine Realm might not be able to outrun him if they didn't use their divine power and only relied on their physical strength. But complaining was one thing. Since the Holy Grail had placed a task in front of him, he definitely couldn't refuse it. When Chen Guang entered the cup realm and felt the so-called absolute speed, he immediately understood that things weren't as simple as he thought. He was indeed the fastest human, but he wasn't the fastest existence in the Earth's universe. Now, the requirement of the 5th level of the Brilliant Sun Cup realm was for him to reach the theoretical maximum speed of the Earth's universe, which was 300,000 kilometers per second. Chen Guang didn't feel too good. He looked down at his poor pair of hams and thought to himself, I'm serious. Run at the speed of light with these legs? Do you think I'm the Flash? Wait, I seem to have misunderstood something. This so-called absolute speed doesn't necessarily mean that I have to run with the strength of my legs. It means that I have to use some kind of ability to reach the speed of light. Also, even if I have to use my legs to run, if the rules of this cup realm allow it, I might really be able to do it? Just like the Flash in the movies or comics, who could run at 1.3 billion times the speed of light with just his legs? Isn't this bullshit? Or rather, even if he relied on his legs according to the rules of this cup plane, he could do it according to the rules of this plane. Don't ask me for a reason. As long as it's allowed by the laws of this plane, then it's possible. The rules, the settings had the say. If the settings said it could, then it would do. Chen Guang felt that his understanding of the planar law was slowly deepening. His method was different from that of the God race. The God race cultivated and tried to figure things out bit by bit. The God race first saw the rules and then used their hearts to understand the rules. As for himself, he used a human's perspective. The human's thinking was very empty, but it could accurately interpret and understand the rules. First, he would give himself a hint that he could do it in this cup realm. Of course, the reason was his understanding of the rules, so he could do it. In the cup world of absolute speed, he had limitless acceleration. Whether it was floating or flying, there was no problem. After all, his displacement speed was just that fast, and his body could still withstand it. Moreover, it wasn't teleportation like the teleportation of a spatial position, but a true teleportation of a certain distance within the space. At first he ran. He used his physical strength to the limit, and the cheetah could only eat his dust. Even a top-class sports car with a speed of 2.8 seconds couldn't catch up to him. The eternal and tireless running allowed Chen Guang who had the wind god's legs, to surpass the limits of humans and evolve to an unimaginable degree. His technique of exerting force also became more refined day after day and year after year of striding forward. If he could run 10 meters with 1 unit of strength before, then after a period of special training, he could run 20 meters with the same unit of strength. Whether it was the efficiency of his physical strength or the power of his physical body, he was improving at an extremely fast speed in this cup realm of absolute speed. He hadn't guessed wrong. The rules in this cup realm were completely different from the Earth's universe. At this time, he only looked like a human. His body was a combination of divine power, genetic power, the power of the Holy Grail, mysterious power, true martial worlds Yin-Yang Qi, and other strange things. Before, it was only because of the guidance of his genes that he deliberately imitated the structure of a human body. But now it was different. In this cup realm of absolute speed where he had unlocked the genetic constraint, he broke through the limits of his genes again and again as he trained hard. This wasn't a simple recombination of genes in a three-dimensional structure. Chen Guang's genes weren't three-dimensional, but a never-ending multi-dimensional structure. After a long time, when Chen Guang relied on his legs to break the sound barrier for the first time, he first felt that he had crossed an important threshold. Then he stared blankly for a moment and stopped. At first, he found it hard to believe. He lowered his head and looked at his hands and feet. He felt that something was wrong. Why did I break the sound barrier for no reason? If I return to Earth now, won't I have to apply for a pilot's license if I want to go out for a walk? Should I get a driving license and stick it on my body? In addition, he was still a bit confused. Breaking the sound barrier seemed very powerful, but it was still far from the absolute speed of light, 300,000 kilometers per second. How to increase it from 300 meters per second to 300,000 kilometers per second? This was simply an insurmountable moat. He couldn't understand how to achieve it just by imagining it in his head. In addition, photons had almost no weight. Things like light pressure only existed in theory. That was why photons, which were between the state of matter and energy, could reach 300,000 kilometers per second. But he was a living person with a physical body. How much energy would he need to reach the speed of light? It might not be enough even if he burned the Earth. Perhaps the energy released by the sun in a few years would be enough to accelerate a matter of his weight to the speed of light. This was very exaggerated and very terrifying. He silently turned his head and looked at the long track behind him. He didn't know how long he had run on that endless track. When he turned his head and looked forward, he didn't know where the track would extend to. Does the Holy Grail want me to keep running forward from here to increase my speed continuously? Isn't this too casual? Is it really effective? Just as he was thinking about this, there was a sudden movement behind him. A formless liquid slowly appeared in the air and dripped down. It then condensed into a strange monster that was completely black. It had 2 heads and 8 limbs, and there were rock-like spikes on its back. It was crawling on the ground. The 4 limbs on the back of the monster were extremely thick and strong. One look and one could tell that it had explosive power. As for the 4 limbs in front of it, they were relatively slender and had sharp claws. As the monster moved, the sharp claws shook slightly. Deep black cracks appeared in the air in front of the claws. This monster's claws could obviously tear through space easily. Now that he was the spirit of the Holy Grail, he didn't need the Holy Grail to remind him of the current situation. In the next second, the description of the monster appeared in his mind. A must-kill beast. A must-kill. What a simple and clear explanation. Words were as precious as gold. I get it. Isn't this like the legendary running training where a husky chases after a person to stimulate the potential of a person? I get it. But is there a need to come up with such a tough thing? Chen Guang was all too familiar with the Holy Grail's nature now. The simpler the explanation, the more there was no room for negotiation. He didn't even need to guess the attack methods of the must-kill beast. In any case, he would definitely die if he was touched. There was no doubt about it. If it was said to be a must-kill, then even if it was set to be a must-kill, it would still be a must-kill. He didn't have much time to think. With a boom, he broke through the sound barrier and sprinted forward. The must-kill beast roared repeatedly. Its four thick and strong hind legs stomped on the ground and turned into a black wind, chasing after Qin Guang's butt. After running for an unknown distance, Chen Guang turned back slightly and felt slightly relieved. The must-kill beast's setting was quite human-like. Its running speed was actually the same as his, just slightly faster than the speed of sound. But isn't this training my endurance? This doesn't seem to match the setting of absolute speed, right? He immediately regretted thinking about this matter, because he discovered that the unlucky must-kill beast had actually secretly sped up without a sound. If everyone was moving at 1.01 times the speed of sound before, then it had suddenly become a multiple of 1.01 times 1.01. Although it had only increased by a little, it was already faster than his current top speed. The distance between the two of them narrowed. Looking back at the must-kill beast's four limbs dancing in the air, the cracks in the space flickering like a spider web, Qin Guang felt that the pressure was very great. Chapter 13:10. Right now, he had already reached the limit of his physical strength. Even if he risked his life to run, there was no way he could go any faster. But he definitely couldn't go on like this. The distance between Qin Guang and the must-kill beast behind him was not far to begin with, about 20 to 30 meters. Right now, the speed of the two seemed to be almost the same, but even if it was only 100th faster, the distance between him and the must-kill beast was still shrinking at a rate of more than 3 meters per second. The must-kill beast's sharp claws chased after Qin Guang like a death god. Qin Guang had no doubt about the power of the must-kill beast. He would definitely die if he touched it. He just couldn't be sure how many chances he had to resurrect in this absolute speed world in the cup, because up until now, there had been no notification in his heart. Maybe he would die after dying once, or maybe he could resurrect 100 times. In short, he had become the Holy Grail spirit. But because of this, Qin Guang knew how strict the rules and regulations of the Holy Grail were. It was absolute, and there was no room for negotiation. After running for a few more seconds, the must-kill beast behind Qin Guang was finally getting closer and closer to him. The sharp claws didn't scratch him, but the spatial crack it created rubbed against his back lightly. It was a touch as simple as a breath, but Qin Guang felt like he was struck by lightning. The protective force he was so proud of was as fragile as paper in the face of the spatial crack. It disappeared after a light scratch, leaving a long bloody mark on his back. No blood flowed out, because the place where the spatial crack passed through was completely hollowed out. The cut was smooth and tidy, and it was even more useful than a scalpel. It was the kind that would definitely not hurt when cutting an appendix. At this moment, Qin Guang was practically roaring in his mind. Is this the end for me? This doesn't make sense. I can't be the first male protagonist in history to be killed by his own cheat. This is 2F** king embarrassing. Then the question is, what should I do now? Qin Guang racked his brains. All the potential in his body, including the new version of inner energy, his own body's ability, and even his own willpower, had been used to the extreme. He really couldn't think of any way to continue increasing his speed in this plane. Should I try setting a speed for myself? In any case, I'm the main body of the Holy Grail spirit. In any case, the maximum speed limit in this absolute speed plane is very high. Should I directly set my speed to 1 times the speed of sound? When he thought of it, he gave it a try. He really forced himself to think about it. The method was not very profound. It was just to keep muttering to himself. The Redeemer's top speed is 1 times the speed of sound. 1 times. 1 times. In any case, he just kept repeating it. As he repeated it, he sank his mind even further, allowing his thoughts to fuse into the depths of the absolute speed cup world source laws. It was like a person standing in front of a spinning machine, stretching out his hand to fiddle with the different colored threads on each spindle, finally using the crisscrossing threads to spin a perfect scroll. He had succeeded. Just as the sharp claws of the must-kill beast were about to dig into his back, just as his back had already been torn by the spatial cracks, his speed suddenly accelerated, reaching 1 times the speed of sound with extreme precision. Qin Guang was overjoyed. After his consciousness became the spirit of the Holy Grail, he had finally developed a truly powerful technique. The legendary cheat that can control a cheat. That's right, I am the spirit of the Holy Grail, so I can, under the rules of the cup world, forcibly set some parameters and conditions in the cup world, changing the source laws of the cup world source laws. In other words, this is the legendary, forcibly set a killing mechanism. The reason why I can do this is very simple. In the cup world, no matter if it's my own body or any other factors, from matter to life, everything is essentially created by the settings of the cup world. For example, if Chen Guang went to the Sea of Transient right now, as long as he was willing, he could even create a new living person from his soul to his body. Of course, this would be very difficult, because even if the life forms in the Sea of Transient were of a lower level and their souls were relatively incomplete, the hardest thing to fathom was the human heart. To create a native of the Sea of Transient with true intelligence and emotions, he needed to be extremely meticulous, without the slightest mistake. Otherwise, the slightest mistake would result in a huge error. For example, if he originally wanted to create a bold and unrestrained female toilet bowl, but his hand trembled when setting the settings and he made a slight mistake, it was very likely that the created character would become a bold and unrestrained female toilet bowl lily. This was very despairing. Of course, under the premise that the total number of souls in the Sea of Transient was fixed, adding a soul out of thin air and creating a new life was already an ability of the creator of the Sea of Transient. It was the same in the world of absolute speed. He activated the creator's cheat and changed the settings on his body, forcefully suppressing the must-kill beast in terms of speed. However, he didn't feel pleased for long. Just as he pulled the distance to 30 meters, he found that the muscles on his legs were showing signs of collapsing. Obviously, 1 times the speed of sound exceeded the limit of what his body could endure. Even the internal energy protecting his body couldn't mitigate the destructive power of such a heavy load. The Earthburner's ability had been swallowed by the new version of the Inner Force. Although the new version of the Inner Force had a strong healing ability, the burden was constantly destroying his body, and the speed of healing could not keep up with the speed of destruction. Chen Guang had no choice but to reduce his speed to 1.01 times the speed of sound again. This time, the collapse stopped, and he quickly recovered. However, the must-kill beast behind him caught up again. The must-kill beast that forcibly set its speed was not like him. It didn't know fatigue, it didn't consume any energy at all, and its speed was constant. It was more permanent than a perpetual motion machine. Chen Guang had no choice but to increase his speed again. This time, he found a little change. When the distance between him and the must-kill beast was increased to 40 meters, his muscles began to collapse again. Chen Guang suddenly understood. I understand. My body is evolving, slowly adapting to 1 times the speed of sound. Therefore, whenever his muscles collapsed to the point where they couldn't bear it anymore, he would slow down and recover. After the recovery was complete, he would increase his speed again. Every time he increased the distance between him and the must-kill beast, it would slowly increase from the initial 30 meters to 40, 50, and even more than 1,000 meters. After a long time, Chen Guang's body finally adapted to 1 times the speed of sound under the repeated evolution. He was about to stop and take a breath, but a loud music came from behind him. That's right, it was music. Chen Guang's mind froze for a moment before he realized it. Wasn't this the exclusive background music for the evolution of digital Tyrannosaurus in Digimon? As expected, 3 seconds later, the lines sounded in the world within the cup. Must kill beast. Evolution is 2 times the speed of sound. Chen Guang silently gave a thumbs up. The spirit of the Holy Grail was indeed the clone of the old man's subconscious. Everyone was in the late stage of naming cancer, and there was no cure. He didn't panic. I'll evolve to 25 times the speed of sound. After a long time. 2 times the speed of sound. Super evolution, super evolution, super evolution. When Chen Guang's speed finally surpassed the 4th universal speed, which was the threshold of 120 kilometers per second, he discovered that the energy and movement method of his body alone were no longer enough to support him to continue increasing his speed. Without any shackles, his evolution began to move in another direction. his body began to become lighter. When Chen Guang's speed exceeded 3,000 kilometers per second, his lightened body could no longer meet the requirements to continue increasing his speed. His evolution method began to evolve toward using the force between molecules to propel himself forward. He roughly understood that if he wanted to reach the speed of light, his entire body would have to conform to the wave-particle duality. Chapter 1311. There was no setting for wind resistance in this dimension, but air and molecules really existed. This was, of course, the effect of the absolute speed territory. It could be summed up in this sentence. There is air, molecules and atoms, but the matter in the air has no collision volume. However, if Chen Guang wanted to reach the speed of light, he still couldn't rely on primitive means. He had to turn himself into a light that could stop and move at will, so that he could maintain his speed after surpassing the speed of the fourth universe. The energy transformation of the body was obviously beyond the scope of physical structure, and Chen Guang wasn't sure if his genetic level could reach such a high level. While thinking about this in his mind, Chen Guang couldn't help but turn back to look at the must-kill beast behind him. He really envied this completely brainless guy. He was simply carefree and didn't need to think or consider anything. He didn't need to care about evolution or settings at all. He only needed to follow behind him, baring his fangs and brandishing his claws as if he was going to eat him, and then he could continue to increase his speed and bite him. Forcibly setting the speed was too much of a bug, too shameless. Why could the must-kill beast be as fast as it wanted to be? Was your logic eaten by dogs? Complaining wouldn't change his situation, but it would only make his life more miserable. Just as he finished complaining, the must-kill beast behind him changed again. It let out a painful roar and began to split from the middle. In the blink of an eye, it split into two. Two must-kill beasts, which were only half the size of the previous ones, appeared behind Chen Guang. They were a little smaller, but their forms were exactly the same as before. Chen Guang blinked, inexplicably feeling that these two guys looked a little cute, but he immediately changed his mind. Cute my ass. The two of them had split up again. In a breath's time, the two must-kill beasts split again, and two became four. They looked smaller, but their names didn't change at all. They were still called must-kill beasts. This meant that although they had become smaller, each individual still maintained the effect of a one-hit kill, absolutely not reduced. This was not the end. After splitting up, the speed of the four must-kill beasts suddenly increased. In an instant, they surpassed the speed of the fourth universe, reaching an outrageous 150 kilometers per second, which was a full 30 kilometers per second faster than the current Chen Guang. Seeing that the distance between them was closing once again, Chen Guang hurriedly applied a forceful buff on his body. Screw it, I'll just go up to 180 kilometers per second first. After setting up the buff, the frequency at which his legs moved did not increase, but he could clearly feel that every step he took was much lighter. Just as he expected, although he still looked like a human, his body was gradually turning illusory. Not only that, but every time he took a step forward, his entire body would leave behind an afterimage. This was not an illusion, but a real shadow. Chen Guang understood that this was his energy-transformed body being elongated during high-speed movement. This was not an illusory shadow. The whole shadow was real, and each illusory shadow was a part of his body. It turned out that his previous worries were superfluous. He had underestimated the high-end level of his genes, which even subverted his understanding of genes. In his previous concept, the so-called gene was nothing more than a long piece of DNA that represented the hereditary characteristics of organisms. It was a double-helix macromolecule deoxyribonucleic acid that could be expressed in three-dimensional space. If the level of human science and technology reached the level below nanometers, and they were not afraid of trouble, they could even completely use artificial methods to manipulate and fiddle with atoms, achieving the synthesis of pure artificial DNA molecular chains. In theory, this could be achieved. Since artificial DNA chains could be synthesized, it was possible to further cultivate embryos on the basis of this DNA, and then it was even possible to create a living person out of thin air. creating an artificial human that was exactly the same as a real human out of thin air might mean that humans had uncovered the mystery of life. But now, Chen Guang had verified a result from another perspective. Under the rules of the Earth's universe, it was impossible to achieve this with the knowledge of humans on Earth. Even if a perfect embryo could be artificially coded and an artificial human could be synthesized, the final life form could only be a complete dementia without thinking and intelligence. Even if an artificial intelligence was forcefully stuffed into his brain, his life level could only stay at the level of artificial intelligence. Under the rules of the Earth's universe, he would never be able to become a real human. This was because DNA was not a simple three-dimensional material structure at all, but a unique life code in the entire universe. The fineness of this life code was far from the atomic level revealed on the surface of DNA. It was even below the level of quark particles. It was restricted by the rules of the current universe, and no species, civilization, technology, or any special ability could touch it. No matter how detailed the research was, they could only try to guide its natural evolution from the outside, but it was impossible to restructure and control it from the most basic level. No matter how ordinary humans on Earth were, they had a unique life code that could not be replicated in the entire universe. This code was not only applicable to physical creatures like humans on Earth, it was also applicable to energy life forms, and it was also applicable to mechanical civilizations. Even cosmic mutants that were half dark matter and the other half were various basic forces could not escape the rules of this life code. Under the overall laws of the endless God realm, all life forms, regardless of which plane they were in, had their own corresponding life code. DNA was only the surface feature that was the easiest to understand for humans on Earth. Behind the seemingly traceable DNA double helix structure, there was a huge amount of data that even the storage equipment of the entire Milky Way galaxy could not store. This was the mystery of life. Because of the difference in life level, Chen Guang's life code was infinitely more than that of humans on Earth. The amount of data was so huge that if it had mass, it would be infinitely larger than the universe. The end of his evolution would not stop at the level of energy life form. He could even become a conceptual life form. The so-called conceptual life form did not even need a physical body, nor did it need energy that truly existed. It had completely become a kind of theoretical existence. As long as a certain life form in the endless divine realm had a memory of his existence, he would truly exist. Or, if someone mentioned it, he would truly exist. His existence was objective. He was objective in the rules of every plane and every universe. In the past, Chen Guang had never been able to understand the reality of such an objective, nor did he understand the theory behind it. However, the moment his body began to energize, he received an indescribable amount of information and understood his current life form. In that case, in front of him was a broad road leading to the speed of light. The must-kill beast was still chasing behind him, and he continued to run along the endless track. If life was said to be a long journey, then Chen Guang's journey was endless. If the path toward the speed of light was said to be leading him to the edge of time and space, then he, who was constantly increasing his speed, was walking toward the end of time. 180 kilometers per second, 300 kilometers, 800 kilometers, 1, 0, 0, 0, 5, 0, 0, 0, 10, 0, 0, 0, 100, 0, 0, 0, 300, 0, 0, 0. When he finally turned into a long beam of light and reached the true speed of light, he still maintained a clear consciousness. At this moment, he himself was a beam of light, but his body was very long. The position of his shadow closest to the must-kill beast was at least a light year away from the front. However, his thoughts were still clear. Now, Chen Guang's thinking speed should be faster than the speed of light, countless times faster. This was because he could clearly perceive his own tail and head with his thoughts. If he still used the thoughts of an earthling, then he would not be able to understand what medium his thoughts were transmitted through. However, now that he had a new understanding of the settings, he did not need to consider the medium at all. As long as he could do it in the settings, then he could do it. This medium could be the curvature beyond the limit of light, or it could be a certain rule, or it could even include time. For example, when he began to think about a problem, the fragment in his mind would first jump to a year ago, and then jump through a year's time to the level that he wanted to see and think at the moment. Or, outside of time and space, there was a fourth level that three-dimensional life could not understand. The flow and transmission of his thoughts happened in the fourth level. This fourth level completely surpassed the concept of time and space, and it could also be called infinite. Infinite distance, infinite lifespan, infinite speed, everything was infinite, just like the world of creation that he had created with his own hands. After understanding this principle, in Qinguang's eyes, the absolute speed in the world in the cup became completely different from before. This was the so-called 10,000 years in a blink of an eye. When the speed reached the same speed as the speed of light, time did not stop. It was still moving forward very objectively, second by second. This once again subverted the understanding that humans on Earth had of the speed of light. Many people thought that when the speed of a spaceship reached or exceeded the speed of light, time could flow backward, or at least stop. This was obviously not accurate. Assuming that photons also had lives, assuming that photons themselves were alive, then for this photon that had thoughts, wouldn't time still move forward? What could truly transcend time was the thoughts of photon life, which was the thoughts of the current Qinguang. Then, if there was a life that lived in the thoughts of photon life, this special life could transcend time. When the must-kill beast behind him finally disappeared, Chen Guang stopped completely. After his body returned to human form, he silently looked up at the sky. He touched the edge of another of the 9 special worlds in the cup, the world of space. The absolute speed in the cup of the sun was the combination of the world of time and the world of space. It was in the middle of the 2 special worlds in the cup. When Chen Guang returned to the void in the cup, he looked at the gradually emerging shadows of the world of time and the world of space, and then looked at the small ball in the cup of the absolute speed that he had just come out of, and his face showed a look of understanding. After the world of time and the world of space appeared, they slowly floated up, and stood side by side with the real world and the world of life that had already appeared. They were below the world of creation, but above the sea of time and the sea of time. The arcs and positions of the layout of the 4 special worlds that had already been revealed made Qinguang feel that they were familiar, just like the chaotic 9 gods' peak that he had seen before. If all 9 special worlds appeared, would the ring structure be exactly the same as the chaotic 9 gods' peak? As Chen Guang thought so, he gradually became obsessed. Chapter 13:12. Ever since he became the main body of the spirit of the Holy Grail, he already knew that the Holy Grail had 9 worlds in a cup that had existed since the beginning. They were very different, of extremely high levels, and formed their own systems. For example, the world of life that he had encountered a long time ago, or the world of reality that had merged with the Earth's universe. Now, there was also the world of time and the world of emptiness, which represented the basic laws. Even though he had never explored them and didn't know the specific structure inside, he knew that one of the 2 huge spheres represented the limit of space, and the other represented the limit of time. Then, what would the remaining 5 special worlds in a cup be? Chen Guang took out a table before him and held onto his chin as he pondered. In fact, he was a little anxious. Before he knew it, another year had passed in the Earth's universe. The new social structure formed by the awakened and ordinary people was steadily moving forward. Everything was steadily moving from chaos to order. This was originally a good thing, but Chen Guang had been gone for too long. It had been so long that even though everyone knew that he wouldn't be in any danger and would often receive all kinds of messages from him, not seeing him for a whole 11 years still made people feel uneasy. The women and friends who had already become awakened were fine. Because of their abilities and the strengthening of their bodies using reward points, everyone's aging speed was greatly reduced. If the average lifespan of humans in the past was 70 years, then even though no players had died of natural causes yet, based on the speed at which they aged, they would at least be over 200 years old. Chen Guang felt that top-level players like Lu Fei and Teacher Zhua, even if they reached 100 years old, their bodily functions would at most not exceed that of an ordinary 30 years old, and they would still be able to give birth in one go. He didn't have to worry too much about this. But none of his family members had awakened. It was inconceivable that the people around him were all affected by his fate, and their paths as players were often much smoother than others. Almost all of them had awakened, and the improvement of their abilities after awakening was far greater than that of ordinary players. But none of his family members had made any moves. Although they had benefited from the many businesses and Yu Meng left behind by Qin Guang, Heaven's Ministry had never slacked off on the security of Qin Guang's family. The Chen family's 7 aunts, cousins, and so on were all living very well. However, out of the dozens of people in the Chen family whose bloodline was the closest to his, not a single one had successfully awakened. In the past, players and ordinary people were separated, so it was fine if no one knew. But now, the awakened players had already integrated into the lives of ordinary people. After the Thunder Hand suppressed a large number of restless awakened players, everything was perfectly integrated. Now, even the people selling roasted sweet potatoes on the streets were psychics who heated them with their hands. The Chen family, a prominent family in the county, did not have a single awakened. This was very embarrassing. What was even more embarrassing was that after 11 years, Chen Guang's parents and family members had aged a lot. Chen Guang thought to himself that from the perspective of genes, which was also the biological code, his family should be the closest to him. Even if there would be some slight differences, they should be closer than others. The differences could only be reflected in small differences such as whether the nose was tall or not, whether the eyes were big or not, and how much difference in height. Wasn't it because the genes of blood relatives were too similar? Wasn't it easy to mutate and cause deformities? Maybe it was because the most perfect genetic combination of the entire Chen family for thousands of years was concentrated in me alone, so I could be so awesome? As the hope of the entire village, I took all the talents of others? Or in other words, the total amount of awakened talents that each set of genes could enjoy was limited. The total amount of talents of my Chen family was reflected in me alone, so others couldn't do anything about it. Chen Guang thought that it was really possible, but he couldn't change anything. However, when he thought of the possibility that he would only be able to return to Earth after a few decades, and by then his parents would have already died of old age. As a son, it would be meaningless no matter how much money he gave them now, no matter how high his status was. However, while he was complaining in his mind, he was pulled into the next world in the cup, the combination of the time realm and the real world. The world in the sun-dazzling cup opened a new picture for him. In this plane called the real world of time, the world was divided into countless real existences, which were separated from each other but closely connected. In terms of spatial structure, all the fragments in the plane were eternally separated, but in terms of time, every 2 fragments were closely connected with each other by an infinitely small time difference. For example, Chen Guang randomly chose a civilized planet in this universe and found a house on it, and this house had countless copies in the vertical direction of time. Then, he threw the water cup on the table in the house to the ground. As the water cup kept falling to the ground, it was like holding a camera with infinite frames and shooting at the water cup. Every frame in the camera was a complete space. At the same time as the cup approached the ground, everything in the universe, from the big stars to the small particles, was undergoing a natural evolution. This was the real space that was divided into infinite time sections, and Chen Guang's task was to travel between any 2 sections that might be separated by 100 years or only a moment. According to the requirements of the world in the cup, he could precisely control some details or change history. In the real world of time, he faced an unprecedented super-philosophical test. In the process of constantly traveling, he magnified the time paradox and the butterfly effect to the extreme. Sometimes, he traveled back to 10 years ago and slapped a little kid's butt, telling him that he couldn't cut down this apple tree, or he would be beaten by his father. Then the little kid really didn't cut down the tree. Then, in the process of this time section's derivation, the country called the United States, because the original great people did not grow up, delayed at least 50 years before it became independent. At the same time, because the establishment of this hegemonic country was delayed for 50 years, it led to another civilization on this planet that was good at creation to avoid many years of suffering, allowing this planet's civilization to enter the technological level of space travel 100 years before another civilization of the same level. This further led to another interstellar civilization that should have been promoted from level 1 to level 2 was destroyed by this civilization. This planet civilization that should have been annihilated in the long river of history, because of this fast step, took the lead step by step, and finally became one of the hegemonic civilizations in the entire universe. At the moment when Qin Guang slapped the little kids, but all the time sections that followed along this timeline were completely fragmented, but in an instant, a new timeline section was formed. Chen Guang could even write a long magnum opus based on this, on how a little but affects the operation of the universe. But this was only one of the countless things he did in real time. He kept traveling back and forth, constantly operating according to the requirements of the Holy Grail in each section. Sometimes, nothing would change, but sometimes, the history of the entire universe would be rewritten. In this process of constantly destroying and tampering with history, Chen Guang's understanding of real existence and the nature of time became more and more profound. He realized that the plane always had an extremely powerful self-healing ability. No matter how he manipulated the time sections, even if the worldview behind these sections was completely overturned, or even if he forcefully left behind the seeds of internal energy to change this universe from a technological universe to a cultivation universe, this universe would still be able to self-perfect and repair itself. The universe would always be able to justify itself. When he finally left the real world of time, his previous worries were gone. It doesn't matter how long I leave, as long as I'm capable enough, I can completely go back to the designated time when I travel back to Earth. For example, go back to the day when my secondary consciousness received its graduation certificate? Why not before I received my graduation certificate? What a joke! The owner of the Holy Grail, the overlord of the universe, the supreme of the heavenly realm, the most invincible demon king in Jianghu still had to go to the graduation examination? Can I just skip that part? The biggest gain that the world in the cup brought him was actually not the ability to travel back and forth in time, but the confidence of having no worries. Now, he had completely broken away from the category of ordinary people, and was even several levels higher than the realm of the Golden Immortals or the supreme of demon martial arts written in Xinxia novels or Xuanhuan novels. Before he solved all his worries, opened the whole heavenly Holy Grail, and completed the so-called mission left behind by his previous life, it was impossible for him to return to Earth and live the life of an ordinary person. But he did not want to wait until after he finished all the loose ends, only to find that thousands of years had passed, and everyone he knew had become a cup of soil by the time he returned. If that was the case, even if he became the master of all worlds, even if he could control heaven and earth, even if he could create things out of thin air, so what? If he lost everything that he was familiar with, no matter how much he gained in other things, wouldn't it be the same as having nothing? Even if he had all the planes, if he didn't have what he truly cared about, wouldn't it be the same as an illusion? Even if he became a god, Chen Guang did not intend to change his view of the world. He did not want to care about what kind of power his previous life had in the endless heavenly realm, and he did not want to care about the friends or enemies of his previous life. Until now, he had not recovered even the slightest memory of his so-called previous life, and even if he recovered it, he did not intend to accept it. In his eyes, he was a brand new, fresh life, and did not need to live for others. Even if some things were faded in his previous life, when he was born, in essence, he was still a person born on a blue planet called Earth among the countless stars in the universe. Perhaps Ruri was the only exception. She must have had a close relationship with his previous life, but it did not matter. Previous life was previous life, and I was me. I want to take care of Ruri's feelings. I want to release her from the Holy Grail and fulfill her long-cherished wish. This is because I owe her a blessing in this life. Precisely because Ruri's appearance changed my life, it is only right for me to fulfill her wish. Chen Guang did not care at all about what promises and agreements he made with Ruri in his previous life. Actually, at this moment, he still did not know that the reason why the origin of the endless heavenly realm could still sleep peacefully and did not notice him, an anomaly, nor did it notice that the true crisis of the heavenly realm was about to get out of hand, was because the memories of gods in Qinguang's body could never be awakened. Because his previous life had indeed died. That was not his real previous life. It was nothing more than a thought left in the universe of Earth, and in the end, after tens of billions of years, it controlled the invisible network bit by bit over this long period of time, allowing the Earth to give birth to Qinguang. It was like an MRPG player suddenly dying, but before he died, he pressed the Auto Find the Way button. Even if the player died immediately, his character would still follow the Auto Find the Way to the quest location. At this moment, after seeing through the real time, Qinguang entered the next world within a cup after a short rest. The fifth world, one of the 9 great special worlds, suddenly appeared in front of him. It was the opposite of the real world, called the illusory world. From the very beginning, his memory had been tampered with, and he became a youth living in the world of Do Qi. His name was Xiao Yan. Chapter 1313. Xiao Yan was the most neglected genius in the entire clan. He was the shame of the clan. Then he obtained a ring. In the ring lived an old lady named Lu Li. With the help of old lady Lu Li, he rose from trash to Do Huang, Do Di, Do Xing, and Do Shin. In the end, he stood at the peak of the world. He made all those who looked down on him regret it. His power overturned the world, and he looked down on the common people. He had accomplished all of his dreams, obtained all of the respect and status he wanted, and even possessed unprecedented strength. But after a certain point in time, he suddenly lost his goal. He didn't know what to do next. It was as if he fell into an eternal loneliness. No matter how strong his power was, it couldn't bring him the slightest sense of fulfillment. There was nothing in this world that was worth pursuing. Xiao Yan didn't know what happened to him. He couldn't control his emotions. He was completely shrouded and dominated by endless emptiness and confusion. As if affected by his mood, even the operation of the entire world gradually slowed down. Finally, one day, Xiao Yan was completely defeated by this eternal emptiness. He suddenly woke up. He wasn't Xiao Yan at all. He was Qinguang. This entire world of Do Qi was an illusion. He had only walked through a part of someone else's life in this illusory world. However, this illusion seemed too real. It made him sink into it for tens of thousands of years. He went through the entire journey from trash to supreme. He only woke up from the torment of emptiness after he completed all the dreams that might or might not be important. Since it was all an illusion, then let it be destroyed. It was nothing more than a story written by someone else. Qinguang waved his hand and cut through space. His body moved, and in a flash, he left this world of Do Qi. But in the next moment, he turned into a child and fell to the ground. He lost all consciousness and memories once again. He only vaguely heard a sentence. This child, let's call him Zhang Xiaofan. Countless years passed. He once again stood at the peak of the world. Once again, he was in an eternal emptiness. Once again, he woke up from a nightmare. Just like that, Qinguang was immersed in one illusory world after another, immersed in a different kind of life. Sometimes, he was an office worker who suddenly got a golden finger. Sometimes, he was a middle school student who had a blood feud and relied on his martial arts skills to survive. Sometimes, he was a magic apprentice who was judged to have no talent at all but possessed great creativity. Sometimes, he became a human soldier in an interstellar war and was abandoned on an abandoned planet. Then he relied on self-learning to repair, self-learning knowledge, and by picking up scraps to build his own battle mecha. In the end, he shone in the interstellar war and became a general. The number of lives he had experienced numbered in the tens of millions, and it was impossible to count them all. The genres had also jumped from urban to fantasy, to xianxia, and then to sci-fi. But no matter what kind of life it was, the final result was the same. He would always passively see through the facade of falsehood in the endless emptiness and regain consciousness. But no matter what kind of life it was, he could never escape the frame of jumping from one world to another. He was like a fish with only 7 seconds of memory, forcefully swapped out one fish tank after another. One moment he was a roaring shark in the sea, and the next moment he was a gentle and elegant goldfish with big eyes for people to admire. If the length of each life was stretched out, then the short period of time he was awake in the emptiness might not even be 7 seconds. After waking up for another short period of time, Chen Guang finally controlled the urge to tear space and leave this place. Instead, he thought about the current situation in his mind. If he did not think of a way, he was afraid that even if he broke out of this world, what awaited him would still be endless illusions. This illusion was too terrifying and too real. He could not see through it using normal methods and could only sink into it. If one person was lying, it might be seen through. But if the number of people lying increased from 1 to 10, then the probability of the lie being seen through would decrease. If thousands of people were telling the same lie, then the lie would become the truth in a sense. But now, Chen Guang was facing the whole world. This world might even include many layers of planes. For example, in the world of immortal cultivation, it might be divided into the human world, the earth immortal world, the true immortal world, and the heaven immortal world. But no matter which world he was in, no matter how complicated the world he faced, every time he reached the peak, he would suddenly realize that all of this was an illusion. The whole world was changing ways to deceive him. He could only let himself reach the peak of this world first in order to see through the truth and falsehood. If he did not think of a way, he was afraid that he would be deceived in this way forever. There was not much time left for him to think. After a while, he was forcibly pulled into the next illusion. Another hundreds of thousands of years of fake life passed, and Chen Guang gained a few more minutes to think. His current situation reminded him of a movie he had seen before, called Inception. This situation was very similar, and even scarier than Inception. In the end, the layers of dreams were just fragments. No matter how real the dream seemed, in the end he was still himself in the dream. And the dream would have edges, and the structure of the world would definitely have loopholes. The illusion he faced was different. This was a perfect world, flawless. But he could learn from the method of the male protagonist in Inception to break the dream and find a coordinate for himself. Unlike Inception, every time he entered the illusion, Chen Guang's physical body would be replaced, and he would obtain a new identity. And it would be different every time. But he knew that at least one thing would not change, and that was his soul. Otherwise, he would not be able to wake up every time. So, unlike the people in Inception, who could choose physical objects as coordinates, Chen Guang's coordinates continued to be placed in his own soul. He needed to find an obsession, the kind that would never be given up and forgotten. When he understood this principle, at least hundreds of illusions had passed, because every time he came out of the illusion, he only had a few minutes to think. Then, in order to carve the coordinates in his own soul, he used hundreds of millions of illusions. Finally, he put down an extremely strong idea in the depths of his soul. This was the result of his careful consideration. He tried countless possibilities, and even set up the possibility of finding out the real body of his previous life. But he failed every time. The relatively good ones could last about 3 or 4 illusions before being completely forgotten, but it was not enough to wake him up. The relatively bad ones were completely eliminated the moment they entered the illusion and merged with the new identity. The idea of finding out the real body of his previous life lasted the longest. He endured a total of 18 illusions, but it was still useless. This meant that this was not what he wanted to know the most in his heart. It was a little embarrassing for him to say the coordinates that he finally succeeded in. He really wanted to lift Lioli's 2 legs up, then disperse the fog that was used to cover her body, so that he could open his eyes wide and look at her carefully, cough cough. Anyway, thanks to Lioli, he succeeded. In this life, he reincarnated as the son of a rich family and obtained the legendary super prodigal system. He spent as much money as he wanted every day. Basically, it was to spend money to accumulate experience, complete missions, and then level up the system to show off and slap people in the face. He was reborn in a group of beautiful women, but the moment he opened his eyes from his hangover, he felt that these so-called beautiful women around him were extremely ugly. His mind was completely filled with the image of Lioli, especially when he thought of the scene in the coordinate setting. His whole body quivered crazily, and then he directly got out of this illusion. As he woke up, the entire world in a cup collapsed, and countless fake worlds that were constructed in his illusions were annihilated at the same time, turning into nothingness. Chen Guang was covered in cold sweat. It was indeed a space that was completely evolved from the special world in a cup. This was too scary. However, he did not come out empty-handed. First, he understood the truth, and now he saw through nothingness. His divinity suddenly rose, and even the efficiency of collecting the origin energy that escaped after the death of the Protoss had increased. Next, there were still 21 worlds in the fifth heaven of the Sun Cup waiting for him. However, through the exploration of the previous 6, Chen Guang had already found the sequence of the fifth heaven of the Sun Cup, and they were all related to the special world in a cup. It might have evolved from a single one, or it might have evolved from the fusion of 2. The real purpose of the fifth heaven of the Sun Cup was to let his vision go beyond the realm of humans, and to better understand the characteristics of the gods. Then, the remaining 4 special worlds that had yet to reveal their true faces would definitely appear one after another. Chapter 13-14. The newly formed illusory world looked like an irregular fog. It wasn't a complete sphere or an olive, but it was crooked. The fog was hazy and obscure, and it was constantly changing its shape at every moment. Chen Guang knew the general situation inside. Unlike the other realms, which had a complete world and shape, the illusory world was a mass of chaos. Only when he entered, the illusory world would change the corresponding worldview according to his situation at that time. If he randomly grabbed someone from the outside and threw them in, the effect would be roughly the same. If he threw 10 or hundreds of millions of people in, the illusory world could also change into hundreds of millions of fake worlds at the same time. This was not difficult at all for a special world that was illusory. Constructing an illusory world didn't require any energy at all. An entire Xianxia world with 7 or 8 levels of stairs wouldn't consume the energy of a hydrogen atom in the real world. When the fog of the illusory world returned to its place, and together with the other 4 special worlds in a cup, Chen Guang turned his attention back to the next world in a cup. What happened next confirmed his guess. Whether he was willing or not, or whether he wanted to rest or not, Chen Guang had no choice. He could only crazily put all his energy into what was in front of him. That was, under the coercion of the heavenly Holy Grail, he rushed through one world in a cup. Next, in the illusory world formed by the fusion of the illusory world and the life world, Chen Guang learned the illusory ear, which was the opposite of the true eye. As the saying goes, seeing is believing and hearing is false. On one hand, he used the eyes that could see through the truth, and on the other hand, he used the ears that could listen to the voice of fate to explore all the possibilities that didn't happen. In the illusory world formed by the time realm and the illusory world, Chen Guang also mastered the ability to fabricate time. The so-called fabricating time was essentially creating history out of thin air that didn't originally happen. This was reflected every time the heavenly Holy Grail created the world in the cup. Complete worlds like the transient sea and the true martial domain were born the moment Chen Guang entered. However, these worlds had their own history and were flawless. Billions of years of different histories created different cultures, yet they could guide the entire world towards a future that would definitely become real. Chen Guang encountered the sun-dazzling sky, which was derived from the 6th special world within a cup. In this world, he gained a deeper understanding of the true meaning of life. This special world in a cup was called the world of life. Previously, when he had a new understanding of genes, Chen Guang had thought that he had already seen through the profoundness of life. But when he really went to the derivative plane of the living realm, Chen Guang knew his insignificance and ignorance. He remembered a famous saying he had once heard: "The more you know, the more ignorant you feel." At this time, he was probably the person with the deepest understanding of life in the entire human history. No, in the long history since the birth of the first life in the entire Earth universe. But he was still lost in the mysterious picture scroll that the world of life opened for him. Genes indeed represented all the information of a creature. Whether it was a human with a physical body, or a mammal, or even a jellyfish, or even a fungus or a virus, they all had their own unique full set of genes. Or some life on an alien planet that didn't have a physical body and existed entirely in an energy state also had their own genetic code. However, whether it was a tiny virus or a star-swallowing beast whose body size was comparable to the solar system, they all had another part of the genetic composition that couldn't be summarized and described: the soul. A tiny soul had a tiny lowly soul, and a huge soul had a huge noble soul. But whether it was a tiny soul or a huge soul, it was still a soul. The soul and the body complemented each other, and neither could be dispensed with, but it was like another kind of existence. Even if it was a spiritual life, no matter how close its spiritual form was to the soul, its body was still a body, and the soul was still a soul. The true core composition of the soul could be said to be the thinking, and it could also be said to be a life that belonged to another level in this body. In the true martial realm and the sea of time, the importance of the soul was explained to the extreme. The physical body died, but the soul didn't perish and could always be resurrected. In the Earth universe, the human body would grow old, get sick, and die, but the thinking was endless. A lonely person who lost both his legs and couldn't go out could still let his thinking run wild in his soul, and even build such a wonderful world in his mind. In the Earth universe, the body was limited, and technology was also limited. But the power of the soul was limitless. Take the speed of light, for example. Under the rules of the universe, it was impossible to break through the speed of light, but what if a person imagined something in his mind that could surpass the speed of light? Then, what if the world imagined in this person's mind actually existed? This kind of world was different from the bottom world hidden in molecules, atoms, or microscopic particles. It was an existence of another concept. The true meaning that Chen Guang comprehended in the world of life lied in this. The genetic code was the appearance of life, and the soul was the inner part of life. The so-called true meaning of life lied in the immortality of the soul. When the soul was obliterated, this life was truly dead. Then, after a person died, or after a god died, where did the soul go? He could still capture the divine thoughts that the god race had split off, but where did the souls that had disappeared for eternity after they had died? Was the soul really fragmented, and even disappeared? Or, in fact, death only represented the beginning of another level of life? The human beings of the Earth universe and the god race couldn't be resurrected like the people in the sea of time or the true martial realm. Then where did these souls go in the end? Or did it really disappear completely? Of course, Chen Guang was now qualified to interrogate this kind of question, because now he could clearly stand outside the Earth universe, see all the changes in this universe with the perspective of God, and even interfere to a certain extent. But he still couldn't find the whereabouts of the soul. Even if he put his spirit in the hospital and stared at an old man who was about to reach the end of his life, he still couldn't capture the whereabouts of the old man's soul when the old man closed his eyes and his heart stopped. With this complex and profound thinking, Chen Guang, who came out of the derivative world of life, immediately threw himself into the next world in a cup. First understand what life is, then understand what death is. What he saw was a lifeless world in a cup. There was no sound here, and time and space seemed to not exist. Chen Guang was like a lonely wild ghost floating in this world in a cup. Since he came in, he couldn't get any hint. He didn't know what he should do, and he didn't know how to meet the assessment standard of the world in a cup. He seemed to have become a forgotten toy in a black box. He had just seen the wonders of life, but in a blink of an eye, he was thrown into an endless dark cage. This situation was more uncomfortable than the illusory space. No matter how illusory the world was, at least there was a real life. He could see all kinds of different people, and he could learn all kinds of incredible abilities in the fictional life. Although these abilities eventually became a bubble, at least it could kill time, right? Just like many people who are addicted to games, unless they become professional players, in the end, it is just a waste of time, but wasting time itself is also a kind of enjoyment. But Chen Guang was now locked up, and it was the kind of completely locked up. When others were locked up, at least there was a bed and a quilt. When there was nothing to do, it was also a kind of pastime to rub the quilt, but no one to talk to would make him feel lonely. But now he was floating here. There was no light, no people, no land, everything was empty and silent. In the beginning, he could still feel his body, and he could pinch his fingers to feel his existence. But as he was locked up longer and longer, his 5 senses of sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch, which he hadn't felt for a long time, completely deteriorated. Not only could he not feel the existence of external objects, but he couldn't even confirm his own existence. Chen Guang fell into a deep sleep, and he slowly lost all consciousness. This time, he sank deeper and longer than when he died under the palm of the Master God of Chaos. When he finally returned to his senses and opened his eyes, he'd once again appeared in the void within the cup. He felt a wave of lingering fear as he gazed at the completely pitch-black, thin, and completely flat death realm that was like a cicada's wing. He was really dead just now. His soul didn't collapse, and his body still existed, but it fell into absolute stillness in the endless aura of death. When he couldn't feel the existence of his own soul, then for him, who could create a world with a single thought, it was no different from real death. To put it simply, when an ordinary person thought they were dead, they might not really be dead. But when Qin Guang thought he was dead, he was really dead. And the true meaning of the realm in the Sun Cup, which was derived from the realm of death, was to let him die once. But in the end, Chen Guang met the requirements of the realm of death, completed the task, and came back to life. He had to enjoy real death to meet the requirements of the realm in the cup. But after completing the task, he could be released alive. This was like the philosophical question of which came first, the chicken or the egg. It was a paradox and infinitely subjective. But what he got was the feeling of being infinitely close to death. Chen Guang looked at the realm of life next to the realm of death, which was full of vitality. These two were placed side by side in the 9-star formation, and each occupied a different position with the other 5 special realms in the cup. In the center of the 2 realms of life and death, streams of flowing shadows were colliding with each other. After understanding life and death, seeing through reality and illusion, and mastering the true meaning of fate, he could finally see some things that he couldn't see before. In the void in the cup, on each plain ball that represented a special realm in the cup, there were silk lines that led to other realms in the cup. There were more than 2,100 inner realms of the first layer of the heavenly spirit seeing cup, more than 700 inner realms of the second layer of the one-line heavenly cup, and more than 10 inner realms of the 6th layer of the brilliant sun heavenly cup, including the 2 inner realms of the 8th layer of the immortal God heavenly cup. Lines extended from each inner realm of the cup and linked to the 7 inner realms that had already revealed their forms, forming a tree-shaped incomplete net. The incomplete part was, of course, the positions of the 6th, 7th, and 8th plane balls that were not yet formed. They were still empty. In addition, there were some lines that were connected to the low-level realm in the cup, but the other end was empty and swaying. It should be because the remaining 2 special realms in the cup had not yet appeared. But in Qin Guang's mind, he could already sketch out the final complete shape, which was exactly the same as the 9-layer giant tree in the world of creation. Chapter 13:15. On Earth, another 50 years had passed. There were more and more players, from the initial 10 million to 30 million, and now there were signs of breaking through to 100 million. Some of the first batch of low-end players who had not broken through the E-level boundary had already experienced normal life and death like ordinary people. After all, not everyone was gifted. After the game system relaxed the selection criteria, there were gradually some ordinary people who became players. In addition, some people were already in their 50s or 60s when they awakened. Their luck in the game was also very poor. They were always at the tail end of every mission, and they didn't pick up any amazing items. They didn't join any powerful organizations, so naturally, they didn't get a longer life. With a large population base, there were naturally all kinds of people. Some people became dragons as soon as they entered the game, and some people were stuck in the gaps between their teeth. They could not do anything smoothly. After decades, they had experienced hundreds of world and cups. Although they were lucky to escape every time, they could not even save the most basic 20 reward points. Or, even if they did save, they often used it to buy life-saving items. Of course, there were people who did worse. Many people barely managed to mix in a few low-level games, and then suddenly died tragically, losing all their abilities. What was worse was that they had just been selected as players. They had not had time to show any of their ambitions. They had just learned from others and had just risen to the sky. As a result, they got off to a bad start. They just entered the game for the first time and encountered an impossible task, or encountered the ruthless Protoss. Of course, after experiencing the first expansion and the global awakening, these people would not lose their memories even if their identity as players was taken away. But the more they retained this memory, the more they would envy the identity of other players as awakened ones. They would be even more envious of other people's strange abilities. Even if it was just a useless ability to bend a spoon, it was still an ability, wasn't it? Moreover, if the spoon was made to be extremely large, the ability to bend the spoon itself would turn waste into treasure. It could play a miraculous role in manufacturing. But they had already died in the game and could only return to the life of ordinary people from then on. But they were not completely hopeless. Everyone knew that the game system would reselect players every once in a while, and the total number of players would skyrocket. Previously, when the number of players increased from 10 million to 30 million, there were many players who had been reset and restored their identity. Later, when the number of players increased from 30 million to 60 million, some people got another chance. Later, when the number of players increased to 100 million, it was said that there were even lucky people who had failed the first 3 times, but this time, they made a comeback. Of course, they died every time and did not survive more than 3 episodes. It was hard to tell whether this kind of person was lucky or not. All in all, as the first batch of old players passed away normally, it took 60 to 70 years for mankind to finally step into a new era from the primitive and solidified civilization. Now, after the revolution in energy technology, the speed of human space travel had reached a speed of thousands of kilometers per second. Of course, in order to maintain such a speed in the universe, and at the same time to guard against the possible appearance of interstellar floating islands or rock flows, the spacecraft's detection system, cruise system, power system, and the materials of the spacecraft itself had to reach a whole new level of technology. After all, when the speed reached 3,000 kilometers per second, even if it was just a pebble the size of an eyeball hitting the hull of a spaceship, the instantaneous impact might be unimaginable. But no matter what, no matter how difficult it was, after decades of technological explosion, humans had finally achieved it. Now, the first batch of warriors who had set out decades ago had yet to reach their destination, but the second and third batches of warriors had already embarked on their journey. One day in the future, they might even be able to catch up to their predecessors in the vast universe. Humans were never a civilization that was content with the status quo. It wasn't that this race was good at invasion, but that development required more resources. When the level of science and technology reached a certain level, the resources on Earth had been developed to the point where they could not be further developed. The focus of the era shifted from further development of energy to carefully protecting this home, fearing that they would accidentally do something that would cause the deterioration of the natural environment to become irreparable. Humans would eventually have to leave this planet and step into space. Just like the tribes of ancient times, even if the land at the foot of the mountain was enough to provide food for all the people in the tribe, the leader of the tribe would always want to get better clothes and live in a better house. The pioneers of the tribe would also always want to see what the scenery on the other side of the mountain was like. There might be green grass, clear streams, or divine trees that would drip sweet and nutritious juices when the bark was cut open. Curiosity drove humans to progress, and it drove humans to take steps into the unknown. In the structure of the multilevel civilizations in the entire universe, Earth had just crossed the threshold of a level 1 civilization. Compared to other interstellar civilizations, was it not still a primitive era? What was on the other side of the mountain? What could they get from there? This simple question ran through the millions of years of history since the birth of humans. It was just that the distance of the mountain had become a few dozen, a few 100,000, or even millions of light years. Looking at spaceships leaving the solar system at a speed of 1% or a few percent of the speed of light, heading toward planets that were suspected to be habitable for humans several light years or even dozens of light years away, Chen Guang's emotions were a little complicated. Apart from his immediate family, most of the people he really cared about had received a lot of real benefits from being a player. Even the weakest individuals, such as Guoming, who had been promoted to the director of the operations department of the Morning Light Group, were already senior C-level players. These senior players still had a long lifespan. Even if the top S-level players were 100 years old, they would still look like young people in their 20s or 30s. However, looking at the two tombstones that had been erected side by side, Chen Guang still felt bad. In the end, his parents did not make it back. He was not a good son. Therefore, no matter how far human technology had advanced in the past 60 or 70 years, when he could go back, Chen Guang would turn the clock back. He would let everything go back to the day when he left the university. By doing so, he would appear to be quite selfish. He would erase the decades of effort of the entire civilization. The spaceships that had already traveled half the distance would return to Earth in the time reversal, and those sophisticated instruments would become mineral deposits deep in the ground again. Of course, he was being selfish by doing so. However, Chen Guang did not intend to ask for the consent of others. He had also been selfless for too long. He could not really consider everything for others. Moreover, turning the clock back would not only happen on Earth, but the entire universe. In a sense, the civilization on Earth might not be affected. The future that had never really come was gone. Who would know? Who did he owe this time? Who would lose anything? Perhaps after Chen Guang, went back, human technology would advance faster? After all, I am so strong now. Even if I just left a little bit of the photocatalyst technology, did it not evolve into the towering tree of the Morning Light Group with a market value of trillions? Withdrawing his gaze from a certain cemetery in the 5 capitals, Chen Guang took a deep breath and once again threw himself into the next world in a cup. The last 2 special worlds in a cup finally appeared in front of him. His understanding of God had finally reached a truly perfect state. One was the End World, also known as the Realm of Chaos. This world represented the end of all things. The other was the Beginning World, representing the starting point of all things. Combining chaos and time, Chen Guang saw the end of time in this mixed world in a cup. By combining primal chaos and space, Chen Guang saw the limits of space and planes. By combining primal chaos and fate, Chen Guang saw the limits of fate. Combining the starting point and fate, he saw the source of everything. It turned out that there were a total of 8 main gods in the endless world of gods. Among them, the strongest was the main god of chaos, which represented the end. The other 7 corresponded to fate, reality, illusion, life, death, time, and space. If it wasn't for the last one missing, the sequence of the main gods would basically be the same as Chen Guang's 9 special worlds. The only one missing was the primordial main god, who represented the starting point. Of course, there was, but this original god was the origin will of the endless world of gods. First, there was the origin will, then the world of gods, and finally the entire endless world of gods, as well as the countless lower worlds below this level. The main god of chaos, the unnecessary endpoint, was fabricated by the origin will, a fake endpoint. In the void in the cup, the 9 planes representing the special worlds had been completed, and the threads derived from each small world were quickly connecting. The image of the 9-layered giant tree became clearer and clearer, and in the world of creation at the top, some changes were happening. Chapter 13:16. There were more and more avatars of the Protoss on the giant tree, and their facial features were becoming clearer and clearer, making the giant tree look like a huge photo wall. Fortunately, the Protoss had no need for social interaction, otherwise they would be fascinated by this photo wall full of Weibo avatars. Maybe they would even write all kinds of social updates under each avatar. For example, today, a stunning woman was born in the plane under our banner. She is born to be compatible with the rules of absolute beauty. She can help those below the Divine Lord to comprehend and cultivate. The highest bidder will get it. Today, I have finally deciphered the Shadow God Stone obtained from the Dark Forest 30 million years ago. It was left by the Shadow God Emperor 800 billion years ago. It contains half of the rules of Shadow. If you want to buy it, hurry up. That old evil eye revered lord disturbed the peace of my maid. He deserves death. I have beheaded him and announced it here. If the gods also had a circle of friends, it would probably be like this. In the void of the cup, Chen Guang briefly returned his mind to the world of creation. He found that this world, which was at the top of all the worlds in the cup, did not seem to have a peak of evolution at all. Previously, when this plane reached infinity, Chen Guang thought that this was already the limit of this world, but now it seemed that his understanding of the word infinity was not deep enough and not thorough enough. While constantly absorbing the mysterious energy intercepted from the Protoss, all the planes representing the worlds in the cup were constantly instilling the power of their rules into the 9 special worlds, which were eventually sent into the world of creation in different categories. This heavenly holy grail seemed to be plundering the power of all the planes to support the world of creation. The scope of these powers was extremely wide, from the composition of all the planes to the physical strength of the living beings living in these spaces, even including the energy contained in all the mineral deposits, and even all the energy contained in the thoughts and imaginations of the intelligent beings in various spaces. They were all nutrients for the world of creation. Chen Guang seemed to be able to see his future. Now, he missed the days when Liuli could tell him to look out for yourself, and things will work out when the time comes. Although she always appeared to be very incompetent and couldn't answer any question she was asked, she was still able to understand. Her ignorance was unbefitting of her status as the divine emperor. But now, Chen Guang knew that she wasn't really that weak. It was just that she wanted to cooperate with him. In order to prevent the God world's origin will from prying into her consciousness, she had taken the initiative to sever all of her memories. He also didn't manage to save Jin Shuriyue and Jiang Yage at the painting lake in Wujing. The death of the 2 national goddesses caused a huge earthquake in the domestic entertainment industry. Chen Guang actually felt very wronged. That day, he clearly went to the painting lake early in the morning, and he even planned to become an investor of rivers and mountains in advance, planning to prevent the tragedy from happening that day. But he stayed there for a whole day, and Big Beard didn't bring the crew. Then he decided the shooting plan of the crew as an investor, only to find out that the shooting at the painting lake had been changed to a week later. Just as he left with peace of mind, Big Beard suddenly came up with the idea to go there at night, and then something big happened. After that, nothing happened between him and Teacher Zhua. Teacher Zhua didn't even stay in school, but went abroad in advance. Sun Xiaoshuan also didn't reveal his feelings to him. Without these circumstances, Chen Guang, Wu Tong, and Tang Ying naturally didn't have the opportunity to get to know each other. Unknowingly, 60 years passed. When the white-haired Chen Guang was alone for the rest of his life, and the wealth of the richest man in the world was nearing the end of his life, he suddenly realized that in this dust heaven cup, he was a completely ordinary person who had walked through a life that should have belonged to him. In this life, there was no lapis lazuli, no holy grail, and many things that should have happened didn't happen. Then he entered the second Dust Heaven Cup, where he became a game player who had been raised since he was young. In this game, he commanded one war after another in the virtual space, bringing his own weak race to the top in the game. When he finally eliminated the last enemy, he was suddenly told that the game he experienced was actually a real war in the endless realm of the gods. The Radiant God race he led was a race that really existed in the endless realm of the gods. As for himself, the moment he won the war, he was infused with unparalleled power, becoming the Radiant God Emperor who was below only 8 people and above the billions of gods in the god realm. This seemed to be another part of his life. After entering the last Dust Heaven Cup, he really returned to the Earth universe. This cup was embedded in the Earth universe, and his return was in the year 5050. What awaited him was the last battle of the human race on Earth, whether it was the game system or the universe war. Chapter 1317. Civilization was an inconceivable existence. No matter what happened, as long as the entire social structure was not destroyed in one go, this huge existence would always be able to repair itself. It could even turn everything good or bad, left behind by the impact into a part of itself, as if nothing had ever happened. In the past 3,000 years, humans on Earth had experienced too many changes. In the last 3,000 years on Earth, most of the time, humans had been in a feudalistic era with low productivity and slow progress. However, in these 3,000 years, humans seem to have turned on a cheat, going through the Third Industrial Revolution, the Fourth Industrial Revolution, and even the Fifth, Sixth, and Seventh Industrial Revolution. In the first 1,000 years, humans' technological level went from the nanometer level to the millimeter level, and then to the picometer level. They could directly operate on the atomic level, and even move protons. To achieve such a high degree of precision, they no longer needed simple material science technology. More importantly, they needed to be able to control the force field. Using the electromagnetic force field to replace the original industrial synthesis machinery, they could achieve a precision of 10 to the minus 12 power, which was on the picometer level. Since then, it meant that humans had completely walked the path of electrochemistry. Turning stone into gold had also entered the realm of reality. Rare metals and other elements could even be directly synthesized using carbon and silicon atoms that could be found anywhere in the universe. In addition, humans' aerospace technology had also reached a new level with the control of the energy system and electromagnetic force. Although the speed of light was still insurmountable, and the fascinating space warp and space-time flight were still science fiction stories, there was a revolutionary change in the medium that provided propulsion for spaceflight. In the past, spaceships relied on their own fuel injection to form a reverse thrust force when they were launched on Earth. After leaving Earth, they could only rely on the initial speed to fly in the universe. However, when a new spaceship took off, it no longer relied on combustion. Instead, it relied on the anti-gravity system to rise vertically. When it was within the range of a solar system, it relied on remote control of gravity to move forward. For example, when leaving Earth, the gravitational engine was first aimed at Pluto. In the universe where there was no air resistance, it continuously increased the gravitational pull of the Earth and the Sun naturally. The spaceship would continue to accelerate. Relying on this gravitational system, the spaceship could easily accelerate to more than 7,000 kilometers per second in the solar system. When the spacecraft left the farthest planet around the solar system, the spacecraft directly activated the interstellar navigation system. It sounded complicated, but it was actually very simple. The interstellar traction system could attract the cosmic dust in front of the spaceship and eject it through the thrusters at the rear of the spaceship. Regardless of whether it was the traction in front or the ejection at the back, it could provide the spacecraft with continuous forward flight propulsion, allowing the spacecraft to reach a speed of more than 10,000 kilometers per second. Although space seemed to be a vacuum, it was not actually a void. There were usually large amounts of dust and even isotope particles floating in the vacuum. Protons, neutrons, and electrons could be extracted from these isotope particles to provide energy. Nuclear fusion had already broken away from the control of low-level nuclei such as hydrogen and deuterium. Instead, it directly jumped to the more subtle nuclear level, and the precision of the operation was directly implemented at the proton level. With the support of such a level of technology, human spaceships could practically move forever in the universe, unless they crashed into the true nothingness. But even so, relying on the propulsion medium and energy stored in the spaceship could cross a distance of more than 3 solar systems. The detection equipment that monitored the background of cosmic radiation could also guide people in advance to avoid the pure void. Unless they were unlucky enough to crash into a gravitational vortex or a cosmic storm, general space travel was very safe. Of course, the cracking of gravitational vortexes or cosmic storms was still beyond the level of human technology. This was not surprising. In the past, humans did not even understand the cause of lightning. During the sailing era, they were also helpless against the buoyancy vortex in Bermuda. With this level of technological advancement, humans had traveled to more than 3,000 galaxies near the solar system in the first millennium, developed more than 1,000 colonized planets, and conquered 3 primary civilizations that were either in the feudal era or in the primitive society. The total population of Earth's civilization had also reached the level of trillions. In the second millennium, the technological level of humans on Earth had directly reached the level of Fermi. For example, from 3000 to 4000 AD, humans could even carve on protons. In addition, through a deep understanding of the power of the universe and in-depth exploration of black holes, humans could finally locate through cosmic radiation. After sacrificing hundreds of thousands of pioneers, humans successfully solved the mystery of black holes. After more than 200 years of research, using the analysis of black holes as a foundation, humans could finally temporarily create a weakened version of artificial black holes through the control of force fields, which was a wormhole. In the beginning, the duration of artificial black holes from birth to destruction did not exceed 1/10,000th of a second. Moreover, the aperture was extremely small, and it was difficult to locate the direction of the exit. However, after 100 years of exploration, the diameter of the wormhole had been enlarged to hundreds of kilometers, and the duration had also reached 1/100th of a second. The direction of the exit could also be controlled within a certain range. Since then, humans had successfully mastered the technology of space travel, entered the next era, and became a true Level 2 civilization. After that, when humans truly swept through the Milky Way, they broke into the territory of another mature Level 2 civilization. It was the Level 2 civilization that had known of the existence of humans a long time ago. The sudden intrusion of Earth's civilization was beyond the expectations of this Level 2 civilization. They did not expect that in just over 1,000 years, this low-level civilization, which was extremely primitive in their eyes, had developed to this stage. The last time their intelligence personnel arrived on Earth was in 1786. They planned to send out their intelligence personnel again in 3786. There were still 179 years before they would send their intelligence personnel to Earth again. After all, the distance was very far. Even a Level 2 civilization would have to pay a huge price for such a long voyage. They did not think that a civilization that still used sailboats to sail on the sea would develop to a level that even they had to look at directly in just 2,000 years. The sudden appearance of Earth's humans caught them off guard. No one had expected that Earth's civilization would experience one technological explosion after another in such a short period of time. After a short test between the two sides, a war inevitably broke out. The veteran Level 2 civilizations were ahead of humans in all aspects of basic science. In the early stages of the war, humans were repeatedly defeated, and even their mother planet, Earth, was almost conquered. In order to preserve the continuation of the race's tinder, Earth's civilization even sent a total of more than 3 billion escape teams from various colonized planets. This was called the Tinder Project. 4 years after the Tinder Project was implemented, a scientist on the Tinder spaceship 79 finally developed a new combat mode that combined the Awaken's abilities with wormhole technology. Using the so-called mysterious energy in the Awaken's bodies, they could suppress the rules of the universe to a certain extent and create individual combat mechs that could travel short distances through wormholes. Following that, the Tinder spaceship 79 carried the hope of humanity's counterattack and killed its way back to the humans' last stronghold. In the next 100 years, Earth's civilization first used the interstellar mechs to stabilize their stronghold. At the same time, they further developed wormhole technology and crazily improved their weapons. In the end, they turned defeat into victory and completely conquered the veteran Level 2 civilizations. It took them 300 years to finally digest the technological achievements of the veteran Level 2 civilizations in the year 4000 AD. At the same time, another symbolic event happened. The last non-player, a baby, awakened as a player less than 3 days after it was born. Since then, Earth's civilization had a population of 10 trillion people and 10 trillion players. Human evolution once again entered a new chapter. Intelligence, physical strength, lifespan, and other characteristics were developed to the next stage. During the period from 4000 AD to 5000 AD, wormhole technology was developed to the extreme, including folding wormholes, morphing wormholes, space-tearing devices, and other technologies from scratch. The precision of human control had even reached the level of 10 to the minus 18th power, which was an amigo level. Through equipment, humans could even directly capture heat to synthesize quarks, electrons, and even protons and neutrons. Being able to convert energy into matter meant that humans had entered the next stage. If Earth's civilization was given enough time, with the creativity and productivity that humans were currently displaying, Earth's civilization could completely conquer the Milky Way. However, in the year 4987 AD, just as humans had completely mastered antimatter technology, a level 3 spiritual civilization that had ruled the Milky Way for more than 500 million years suddenly descended. A terrifying spiritual attack swept across the Orion Arm, Perseus Arm, and Sagittarius Arm with an irresistible force. These were the 3 Milky Way cantilever arms that had the footprints of Earth's civilization. This level 3 spiritual civilization clearly wanted to strangle the potential threat in the cradle in an instant. When low-level civilizations were not enough to pose a threat to them, the spiritual civilization was willing to observe the other party's progress as an observer. Through the analysis of low-level civilizations, the spiritual civilization could gain a lot of insights. After possessing absolute calmness and a sufficiently long lifespan, the best way to increase their knowledge was to observe the lives of others. Of course, if the conditions allowed, the spiritual civilization also wanted to leave the Milky Way and go to the nearby Andromeda Galaxy or other galaxies in the local galaxy cluster. However, the Andromeda Galaxy was too far away from the Milky Way. It was 5 million light-years away. The spiritual civilization could only drift at a speed of 3,000 kilometers per second, which was 1% of the speed of light. If they wanted to drift to the Andromeda Galaxy, they would need at least 250 million years. However, the oldest existence in this civilization was less than 5 million years old. They really did not have the courage to take such a step into the void. As for the other galaxy clusters in the even larger Virgo supercluster, it was even more impossible for them to explore it. The fear of the void was ingrained in the genes of the spiritual civilization. The existence of the spiritual civilization had brought them a long lifespan and extremely high intelligence, but it also made their bodies unable to ride spaceships like Earth's civilization, which was faster. In addition, although they had mastered wormhole technology, they could not let their bodies pass through the wormhole. They would be completely torn apart. Of course, the way they transmitted information and thought was also derived from their natural instincts that they had evolved. Even if 2 individuals were on opposite sides of the Milky Way and were separated by 100,000 light-years, they could communicate at any time like Earthlings chatting on QQ. Therefore, when they decided to launch an extermination operation against Earth's civilization, this spiritual civilization mobilized more than 100,000 individuals. They first quietly came to the vicinity of a planet inhabited by humans or a space station and suddenly launched an attack, exactly like what they had done many times in the past. The Earth's civilization had been born for less than 2 million years, and it had only been less than 20,000 years since it had truly become a civilization. It was not even as long as the individual lifespan of a level 3 spiritual civilization. To the spiritual civilization, wiping out a civilization with such a short lifespan was about as easy as picking off a rice grain-sized scar on a person's body. However, this spiritual civilization failed. Their mental attacks did not cause the slightest bit of harm to the humans on Earth. The reason was simple. The humans on Earth, who were all gamers, had a mental defense system that they could not understand at all. The depth of information in this defense system even exceeded the understanding of a level 3 civilization. It was higher than dark matter, higher than the basic forces of the universe, and even higher than the level of the existence of the universe itself. As soon as the mental attacks came into contact with this defense system, they were automatically counterattacked by the defense system. Then, these spiritual civilization individuals, whose bodies were at least 100 times the size of the sun, suffered a devastating impact. The bodies of the level 3 civilization individuals that did not have physical bodies completely collapsed in an instant, turning into dark matter and heat that drifted in the universe. Their memories were even devoured by the player's Esper abilities. This was not the end. The game system counterattacked for the awakened Esper abilities of the humans. After killing 100,000 spiritual civilization individuals, it continued to sweep through the natural mental link between the individuals of this civilization. Like a virus, it wiped out the ordinary members of the level 3 civilization, ranging from monarchs to kingdoms, in an extremely short period of time. The humans on Earth regained their clarity after a short period of confusion. Many memories that they did not have before appeared in their minds. All the knowledge that the spiritual civilization had accumulated for more than 800 million years had been completely accepted by the Earth civilization just like that. The advancement of Earth's civilization from level 2.5 to level 3 was supposed to be a very long process. However, it had been skipped by someone in the form of a huge gift. The knowledge provided by level 3 civilizations not only included their own research on the spiritual level but also all the scientific and technological achievements of thousands of level 2 civilizations in the entire Milky Way galaxy over a total of 800 million years. The spiritual civilization lasted 800 million years from its birth to its destruction, ruling the Milky Way galaxy for 500 million years. However, be it the first 300 million years or the next 500 million years, this spiritual civilization never stopped plundering and spying on the knowledge of low-level civilizations. The great level 3 civilization had only made one mistake, which was to treat the awakening of the players on Earth as an ordinary evolution of the universe and not pay much attention to it. Of course, when they wanted to take this seriously, they immediately launched a thunderous attack. However, they never expected that they would be killed by the recoil. They did not even manage to kill a single Earthling. However, if they had done this in the early days, the humans of Earth would definitely have experienced pain. All non-player ordinary people would have died, but those who survived would have been able to obtain the knowledge of the level 3 spiritual civilization much earlier. As for which result was better, there was no answer. In short, everything they had accumulated benefited the humans of Earth. In the next 50 years or so, the Earth civilization digested the knowledge system of the entire Milky Way galaxy while fighting and contending with the Protoss in the game system. In the year 5041, humans were defeated by the Protoss in the Sea of Time, which had become even larger. The core of the dimension, which was hidden at the bottom of the Sea of Time, was obtained by the Protoss. In the year 5045, billions of human players benefited from the assistance of 2 indigenous martial emperors in the realm of true force. They defeated the Protoss and obtained the true inheritance of the martial saint of true force. They also controlled the highest peak of the mountain spirit. In the year 5050, humans and the Protoss finally entered the last game space. It was an unprecedentedly high-level and complex world. This place was called the world of creation. At the same time, the super civilization that ruled the Virgo galaxy, one of the true overlords of the Earth universe, arrived in the Milky Way. This was because the experimental sample that this super civilization had released 63 years ago had been erased. The experimental sample of the super civilization was the level 3 spiritual civilization that had once ruled the Milky Way. At this time, Qin Guang had returned. Chapter 1318. Earth, the highest administrative center of Earth's civilization and the mother planet that represented the power core of the entire level 3 civilization, was quietly floating above the orbit of the Sun. This blue planet had given birth to a great civilization. Thousands of years after the war with the level 2 civilization, this planet had not suffered any more attacks. The scars left on Earth by the war had long been completely repaired, turning into giant, artificial lakes with regular shapes. These lakes were named after many great people in the new human history, such as Zhuojingxi Lake, Wutong Lake, Tangying Lake, Xenchin Lake, Sun Xiaoshuan Lake, Jiangyage Lake, Jin Shiyue Lake, and 3 Gozi Lake. These pioneers of the era might have been players, or they might have made great contributions to the progress of human civilization in the real world. They might have been the core leaders of the top player organizations in the early days, or they might have led the development of technology and trade. In short, great people had their own differences, and ordinary people had the same results. Of course, no matter how great they were, they could not compare to the ancestors of all players, to the first true new human in human history. He rose like a comet, like a meteor streaking across the sky. He had been in the world for less than 3 years, but the wealth he left behind for mankind was still illuminating the path of Earth's civilization after 3,000 years. He was the first suspected S-level player in history, the almighty Superman Qin Guang. The more powerful the person, the more they understood how unfathomable he was. In the past, he was considered to be the first S-rank player. But later on, as more and more successors became S-ranks, only then did they understand how powerful Qin Guang was. From the beginning, he was not on the same level as everyone else. In the era of players 3,000 years later, the strength he displayed in the game still had a crushing advantage. His name was still a taboo among the Protoss, the mortal enemy of mankind. He was a master of esports, and he had once raised the personal operation of esports to another level in the game Dota by himself. Esports played an extremely important role in the following 3,000 years of history, even as important as the development of technology. The reason was simple. Esports was the cradle of interstellar warfare. What was originally thought to be a plaything had actually given birth to the most important academy system in interstellar warfare. The training system for warship captains was derived from driving simulation games, or the more complicated and advanced flight simulation games that appeared later on. Battleship Gunner was born out of shooting FPS games. The concept of a special forces team came from MOBA games. In fact, during the war between humans and veteran Level 2 civilizations, the initial training for combat personnel was to become top-notch MOBA players. Their ability to react, strategize, teamwork, and operational skills in the game were all important indicators in Star Wars. The commanders of small and medium-sized battles came from RTS games. As early as 2000 AD, humans foresaw the day of interstellar warfare and developed the RTS games represented by StarCraft. The explosions that blossomed in the universe in the battles were both like brilliant flowers, carrying the resistance and the determination of human beings. At the same time, they were the plans that the commanders made in their heads one after another. Many years later, people would once again look back at Qin Guang's operation and awareness in the live broadcast, or in the Global Dota Throne Challenge. Even though the tools he used were rather ancient keyboards and mice, the awareness and realm he displayed in the game were so advanced. Even though 2,000 to 3,000 years had passed, and countless dazzling geniuses and monsters were born in the glorious history of the conquest of Earth, there was still no one who could be compared to him. Not to mention, when human players continued to challenge the game missions in the later stages, they had more than once entered various game worlds that represented esports. The ultimate rewards of these players in the esports world were all kinds of strategies, skills, training methods, and even actual operation records that were closely related to the level of esports. Through these operational records, as latecomers, players were able to experience the state of the top players when they performed various godly operations from a first-person perspective. This valuable knowledge and experience was the foundation for the development of human interstellar warfare. When some talented players obtained the highest level of game rating, they could even personally receive the game system's reward, which was the right to communicate face-to-face with a senior expert. The face of this senior expert was that of the long-disappeared all-rounder, Qin Guang. Since then, Earth's civilization had finally confirmed that Qin Guang, once the strongest human, was not dead, nor was he missing. He was just ahead of all the players in the game system, going through one checkpoint after another in advance. The reason why humans on Earth could maintain a balance in the battle against the powerful and infinite number of Protoss players was precisely because they could always get the protection of Qin Guang along the way. Qin Guang also left behind an extremely valuable treasure for mankind. The linguistic masterpiece he wrote was like a can of old wine in the long river of time, becoming more and more fragrant as time went on. 4,987 languages represented 4,987 different cultures, each of which was a treasure of human civilization. Each culture could give birth to different modes of thinking, and when different modes of thinking constantly collided together, they could burst out even more intense sparks. As the founder of the new linguistics, Qin Guang's masterpiece played an extremely important role in the technological explosion that followed for the next 3,000 years. Qin Guang also left behind an operating manual on flight piloting. Incredibly, when humans entered the era of the universe and looked back at the operating manual that was stored in a rather primitive hard disk medium, and then flipped through the thick, antique printed matter, the pilots of space warships could still get a lot of benefits from it. It turned out that Chen Guang had already predicted that mankind would enter the era of the universe so many years ago, and he left behind such a treasure hundreds of years in advance. No one thought that the microcarving technique he created was useful back then. The world only thought of it as an exercise for the omnipotent Chen Guang when he was bored. When others looked back at the extremely low-resolution video he left behind, they did not understand the deeper meaning behind it. But in the year 3467, at the critical moment when mankind's technology was advancing from Pico to Fermi, when millions of scientists in the entire civilization were at a loss, a genius suddenly got inspiration from the pencil microcarving video left behind by Chen Guang, and human technology broke through to the Fermi level in one fell swoop. The monograph, The World School of Performing Arts, left behind by him seemed to be written only for movie entertainment, but as time went on, especially when mankind entered the era of the universe, faced with a huge amount of knowledge and a completely different view of the world and the universe, the value of the acting monograph, The World School of Performing Arts, was reflected. By studying the World School of Performing Arts, people could make their own thinking become extremely active, and they could better understand how to put themselves in other people's shoes, or consider problems from the perspective of other civilizations. It was the core philosophy derived from the World School that allowed mankind's ideological realm to surpass the shackles of carbon-based creatures and not be lost in the vast and endless abyss of the universe. Thanks to the core philosophy of the Grand Unification, the Earth civilization had a total population of more than 10 trillion people, and their footprints were all over the three galactic cantilever arms, Orion Arm, Perseus Arm, and Sagittarius Arm. Yet there was still no large-scale civil strife, and they could still be united at any time. As for the photocatalyst technology, it was the symbolic result of mankind's real technological explosion. Even after 3,000 years had passed, Morning Light Group was still one of the pillars of the human civilization's power structure. There were also pianos, darts, and many other legacies, none of which were useless. Not only did the many achievements and skills he left behind not become obsolete in the long river of time, but they became more and more important. It was the same in the game system. Even if no one could see his back, every player in the game could feel how many valuable assets he had left behind as a pioneer in the game. Of course, the most valuable assets he left behind were the Huaxia's heaven, as well as dozens of other great people he had personally trained and left their names in history. The reason why the era of the Great Revolution could pass smoothly and peacefully was because of the extremely powerful heaven and the Huaxia regime. The leaders of Morning Light Group and several other top-player teams also played an exemplary role. The Statue of God sect pursued peace under the guidance of their devout faith, leading the believers to eliminate differences. The world was shocked to find out that almost all of the top players were once his subordinates, friends, or simply his women. Under the leadership of these master-level powerhouses, the transition period that lasted until 2300 AD was particularly smooth. Therefore, in the hearts of the Earth civilization, Chen Guang was deified. This was originally a very strange thing. After all, the higher the level of technology of a civilization, the less they would believe in supernatural things, and the more rational and calm they would look at the laws of the world. In other aspects, the ideological development of the humans on Earth was completely in line with this standard. However, when it came to the matter of the omnipotent Superman, Chen Guang, everyone unanimously reached a consensus and continued to deify him. Even all of the Statue of God sect, Morning Light Group, Tianguang Group, and even the Heaven, which together occupied almost half of the human civilization, merged to form the almighty religion that spanned across the entire Milky Way. The only faith of this almighty religion was the omnipotent and omnipotent Superman, Chen Guang. Thousands of Level 2 civilizations worshipped him, unknowingly ruled over more than 100,000 Level 1 civilizations, and occupied the entire Milky Way as a supernova Level 3 Earth civilization. On one hand, they believed in God, but on the other hand, they continued to explode in technology. At this time, no one would have thought that their one and only God was standing in the form of a young man in a cemetery in Lulai County on their mother planet, Earth. The Chen Cemetery was built in the middle of the old Lelai County surrounded by mountains. It covered an area of more than 4,000 acres, and it was surrounded by green grass and lush trees. At this time, the summer afternoon sun shone down and fell on the white marble tombs, reflecting a bright light. In the distant sky, there were 99 pure white mechs floating around. The people operating these anti-gravity mechs were the most elite warriors among the humans. Their mission was to protect the peace of this cemetery. Only on the day of divine prayer, which happened once every 10 years, many people in power and the leaders of many forces in the Earth civilization were allowed to come to the cemetery to pay their respects and commemorate. At other times, even the Shadow Men, who were the best in the Milky Way at hiding their tracks and could shift their bodies between energy and physical forms, could not sneak in. However, at this time, a young man suddenly appeared and then sat cross-legged in front of the tombs without a care for his image. He looked at the tombs in front of him, such as Chen Guoli's tomb, Feng Rong's tomb, Jiang Ye's tomb, and other inscriptions, and his lips trembled. The expression on his face made it hard to tell whether he was crying or laughing. Perhaps, it could only be summed up with another word: pain in the balls. What the F***ck, what the hell is this? Although I can reset time, it's still a pain in the balls. Chapter 1319. Normally, the moment Qinguang appeared, the 99 pure white mechs flying in the sky would have charged over and interrogated him about who he was and what he was doing here. Over the years, there had been intruders in the Qin family cemetery, and it was not the first time. However, most of the intruders were from other civilizations, and there were very few humans from Earth. Even if there were humans from Earth who had intruded, it was not because of some unforgivable reason. It was simply because these people's worship of the ancestor of the Almighty Divine Church and Qinguang was too strong. They wanted to go to the legendary birthplace of the Almighty Superhuman, the place where his family and relatives were buried, and feel the aura of the only true God of the human race at a close distance. Under normal circumstances, the stronger the worship of Qinguang, the more talent one had for Qinguang was, whether it was in the game or in reality. These intruders were fanatics from another perspective. After they were arrested, they did not have to suffer too terrible of a fate. If they were really capable, they would be put in an important position. However, those aliens who tried to pry into the mysteries of the rise of the human race were not so lucky. No matter how similar their disguise was, or even if they forcibly injected their consciousness into a body to become a clone, it was impossible to hide from the detection of Earth's civilization. The reason was very simple. All humans on Earth were players of the game. During the inspection, both parties only needed to show their cards to prove whether they were players or not. Then, they could be 100% sure that they were not aliens in disguise. Now, Qinguang had been here for more than half an hour and had walked more than half a circle in the cemetery. However, the pure white mech did not move at all, which was very abnormal. Qinguang did not take the initiative to make contact with the pure white mech. Since these people ignored him, he was happy to first understand the state of Earth's civilization after 3,000 years. Previously, he knew the progress of the human race like the back of his hand, but that was already before he entered the cup realm of the last dust heaven. At that time, Earth was still in the year 2187, and the many S-rank players that he had personally brought out were at most middle-aged, and they were all alive and kicking. How could he have known that after entering the mortal realm, 3,000 years had passed in the blink of an eye, and the deceased people had all turned into the inscriptions on the tombs, epitaphs, and even a pile of yellow soil below? Qinguang was actually quite disgusted. Really, of all the places you could have buried, you chose to bury all of them in my hometown. You let me see so many familiar names engraved on the tombstone. Fortunately, the old man's nerves were relatively thick, otherwise he would have fainted from the discomfort. In addition, the passing of 3,000 years had caused him to lose track of the current development of Earth's civilization. Fortunately, even if his real body was here, his thoughts could still jump out of the Earth's universe. From the perspective of an observer, he could look at the entire universe from the outside, like admiring a goldfish in a fish tank. Of course, this included the Milky Way. Moreover, under such circumstances, the omniscience and omnipotence of his mind could be magnified to the extreme. How could an ordinary person's consciousness contain the amount of information contained in such a huge galaxy? It would explode in an instant. However, when Chen Guang jumped out of the Earth's universe and looked at the entire universe from the perspective of an observer, he would not face such a crisis. No matter how complicated the patterns on the goldfish's body were, or how profound the structure of the goldfish's body was, he could not let the tourist standing outside the fish tank see him as a fool. There was even a microscope in the tourist's eyes, and he could zoom in and out of everything in front of him at any time. He could look wherever he wanted and however he wanted to look. He did not need to see every single cell in the goldfish clearly. He only needed to see how big the goldfish was, whether the lines on its body showed any signs of illness, whether its mental state was good or bad, and whether it had any natural enemies outside. That was all he needed to know. The part of his mind that he used to observe the goldfish was not a clone. Instead, he temporarily borrowed himself from a cross-section of a dimension in a multidimensional space from his creation world and floated to the outside of the dimensional rugby ball formed by the fusion of the Earth's universe and the real world. He then focused his attention inside. As for the flow of his thoughts, it was of a higher level than the level 3 civilizations that had once ruled the Milky Way. His thoughts could cross time, space, and dimensional barriers. At least within the domain of the heavenly Holy Grail, his thoughts would not be obstructed at all. About 30 seconds later, Chen Guang retracted his thoughts, and his expression became very solemn. He really did not expect that the Earth's civilization would progress so far in these 3,000 years. From a primitive civilization that was not even a complete level 1 civilization, it had leaped to become the ruler of the Milky Way. It was a standard level 3 civilization that had developed completely in terms of matter, energy, dark matter, spiritual body, and so on, with 800 million years of accumulation. When he first arrived, he saw that the sun did not have any obvious changes, and he thought that humans had not grasped the technological level to modify stars. Now, it seemed that it was because the Earth's civilization was born with a strong sense of home. The solar system had a very special position in the entire Earth's civilization. Not only was it the cradle, but it also had many symbolic meanings. It was still the administrative center even now. Therefore, whether it was to protect the awakened elements of the players or to attach importance to the relics of their ancestors, the Earth's civilization had never carried out large-scale modifications to the Sun and Mother Planet Earth. In fact, they even strived to gradually restore everything to a more natural and ecological state. Of course, not modifying did not mean that many high-tech products were not left on Earth. Whether it was the perpetual motion floating city, Zhangjing College, or the Pan-Milky Way Galaxy Information Center, they all represented the highest technology that the current Earth's civilization had grasped. The 99 pure white mechas floating in the air in the distance were also the strongest individual weapons that had just been developed in the first half of the year. Not only did they have the antimatter function core, but they also had the newly researched wormhole shield technology. For long-range attacks, they had the tearing cannon and the dark matter pulse cannon. For close combat, they had the even more terrifying pulse wormhole warblade. Although the man-made wormhole was still unstable, the latest technological achievements could give it a fixed shape. It was like a long sword, and it could appear at a pulse frequency of hundreds of millions of times per second. It could truly cut through everything in the world. Coupled with the mobility of the pure white mechas, which could be used almost infinitely for short and medium-distance wormhole travel, a top S-level player only needed a pure white mecha to completely destroy a level 2 civilization. But now, these mechas were like dumb geese, ignoring Chen Guang, intruder. The reason was very simple. The operators in the mechas had no autonomous consciousness at this time. Their minds had already entered the world of creation. This time, the game mission pulled the entire Earth's current tens of trillions of people into the world of creation, but it did not stop the flow of time in the outside world. This meant that the Earth's civilization was at an unprecedented moment when its defenses were at their weakest. Chen Guang also discovered the reason from observing from the outside of the Earth's universe. Then he put part of his attention back into the world of creation, only to find that in the infinitely vast space of the world of creation, there was an extra, almost negligible amount of energy. The worldview of the world of creation was too huge. The infinitely intersecting dimensions had infinite capacity, so that when trillions of human players and trillions of Protoss players entered at the same time, it was like throwing a grain of sand into the Pacific Ocean. It could not cause the slightest ripple at all. Of course, Chen Guang did not expect that while he was exploring the world of creation, the human players would be pulled into the world of creation at the same time. The current situation was very complicated. He was the body of the heavenly Holy Grail. At this time, the mind of his body was in the Earth's universe, and the human souls in the Earth's universe were in the world of creation, but the world of creation was in his body. Who was in whose stomach? This was simply an unsolvable trick like a Klein bottle. In addition, the current time was also very messed up. The moment before he came in, Earth's time was 2187, but now it had directly jumped to 50-50. So the question was, what year was the corresponding Earth's time in the void in the cup outside? Just thinking about it was enough to make one dizzy and confused. Forget it, let's help the Earthlings deal with the enemies outside the Milky Way first. Chen Guang shrugged. The God-tier civilization was coming in full force. The other party was also very lucky. At this time, the defense of humans was extremely weak. Although the artificial intelligence defense system could make a certain degree of active defense, whether it was the strongest combat force or the highest decision-making, it still needed the leader of the civilization to make the decision. So at this time, the other party actually only had one clear-headed enemy. But they were also very unlucky, because the only clear-headed person was Chen Guang, the real god that they could not understand. The vastness and longevity of the universe had nurtured all kinds of strange civilizations in this world that was close to infinity. Once, scientists on Earth thought that the diameter of the universe was 15 billion light-years, that the Virgo galaxy cluster was located at the edge of the universe, that the supercluster that included the Virgo galaxy cluster did not revolve, that it only had its own cycle, and that the center of mass of the supercluster was the center of the universe. Later, people found that the supercluster was still moving around the giant gravitational source in the depths of the universe. But after the civilization on Earth inherited all the knowledge of the level 3 spiritual civilization, all these theories were overturned. Even though the giant gravitational source was pulling the entire supercluster, it was still moving around another center of mass, which was an even larger giant gravitational source. So back and forth, the Earth's universe moved around the center of mass in this infinite cycle, forever expanding and extending. From the perspective of spatial dimensions, the structure of the universe was indeed infinite. Using physical methods, it was impossible to find the boundary of the Earth's universe. It could be said that any point in the universe was the center of the universe, but it could also be said that the Earth's universe did not have a center. But for Chen Guang, or perhaps for time, the universe was limited, so he could jump out of the universe and see a complete bit wall in the shape of a football. But this limit was too long. Whether it was a level 3 civilization or a god-tier civilization that was preparing to sweep through the Milky Way, a limited time was equivalent to an infinite amount of time. So for Chen Guang, who had infinite dimensions and had already jumped out of the universe, the so-called god-tier civilization was still as low-level as a caterpillar stuck to his clothes. The difference between the two was infinite. Chapter 1320. There was once a scientist who proposed the theory of the Big Bang universe. It could be roughly summarized that in the early stages of the birth of the Earth universe, the original universe was just a point that was extremely compressed together. It could even be understood as nothing. This was similar to an absolute vacuum, but it could also be understood as the opposite of a vacuum. An absolute vacuum referred to a true and complete nothingness in a certain area. There was nothing at all. Before the Big Bang, nothing was in this region. It was completely filled with matter and energy, and there wasn't even the slightest gap between everything and each other. The density of a neutron star was hundreds of trillions of times that of water. This was because there were gaps between atoms and water molecules. The density of a neutron star was equal to the density of the atomic nucleus. Without the influence of chemical bonds, a neutron star was completely stacked together as one neutron after another. If the Earth was compressed to the density of a neutron star, then the entire Earth's matter could only be condensed into a small ball with a diameter of 22 meters. However, the density of a black hole was higher than that of a neutron star. If the Earth was compressed into a black hole, it might not even be the size of a dandruff. As for the nothing in the early stages of the birth of the universe, its density was higher than that of a black hole. When humans were still a level 1 civilization, it was believed that the atomic nucleus could not be compressed. However, in reality, whether it was the protons, neutrons, or even electrons that made up the atomic nucleus, they were still spherical areas formed by quarks that were between the state of matter and the state of energy in high speed and regular motion. This spherical area was like a bubble. It seemed to be filled with air, but in fact, there was still an infinite distance between it and it was very spacious. The so-called law of uncertainty was nothing more than the fact that the measurement methods in the past were not advanced enough. In a universe that strictly followed the rules and laws of the universe, there was no such thing as irregular and uncertain. Continuing to look at the microscopic direction, whether it was quarks or photons, there was still a spatial structure within them. All spatial structures were completely erased, and matter and energy were completely gathered together. This was the opposite of an absolute vacuum, nothing. This nothing was regarded as an energy or a form of matter that the entire universe could not understand. It was a realm higher than the Earth universe. The mass of nothing was equal to the entire Earth universe, but its volume was infinitely small. In the theories of some visionaries, nothingness could also be called a singularity. The force that bound all the matter in nothingness together was not the van der Waals force, electromagnetic force, bond force, or any other force recorded in the books of humans on Earth. It was also another kind of rule force that exceeded the limits of the Earth's universe. The explosion of nothing formed the universe. It could be simply understood as a hydrogen balloon floating from the ground to the sky. Then, because the pressure inside the hydrogen balloon was greater than the thin air at high altitude, the hydrogen balloon finally exploded under the influence of the internal pressure. Then, from a certain point of view, nothingness could be compared to an exploding hydrogen balloon that was thrown from a higher level into the Earth's universe where everything was originally nothingness. As the internal rules, and forces exceeded the limits of the Earth's universe, it exploded the moment it appeared, just like the pressure difference inside and outside the hydrogen balloon caused an explosion. After nothingness exploded, it released matter and energy, eventually forming the current universe. The question was, where did the void before the explosion of nothingness come from? How did nothing come about? Naturally formed? Or was it just a beautiful coincidence that conformed to the laws of nature? Or was it actually the influence of some man-made factors? This nothing was just a firework casually thrown out by some outer space civilization. From the birth of the entire universe until now, it was actually just a fireworks show, or maybe it was just a dud in a large-scale fireworks show. Wasn't this a little too sad? Or was it like the lower planes that were personally created by many god emperors, created by God? These questions could not be answered by any civilization in the entire Earth's universe. They were born here, and all their development and ideas were limited here. They could not become the fish that jumped out of the river. These restrained civilizations, of course, included the ruler of the Virgo supercluster, the so-called God-tier civilization. The footprint of this God-tier civilization in exploring the universe was many times larger than the current human civilization. Their technological level was also many levels higher, but compared to the real infinite space of the universe, they were still as immature as babies. The Virgo civilization was called a God-tier civilization, not because this civilization had really become a god, but because in the knowledge system of Earth's civilization, civilizations could only be classified as level 3. Any higher and they would completely surpass the knowledge system of Earth's civilization. Even if there was another civilization whose level of evolution surpassed the Virgo civilization by 8 streets, in the knowledge system of Earth's civilization, it would still be called a God-tier civilization. However, no matter how advanced a God-level civilization was, it was still essentially the same as a super-primitive civilization that was trapped on a certain planet, or even the back of a certain mountain on this planet, and could only use the most basic tools of production, such as stones and wooden sticks. But they did not know this, and they thought that they were much more advanced. At this time, outside the Milky Way galaxy, about 30,000 light-years away from the outer arm of the Milky Way galaxy, there was a silver ball with a diameter of 999 meters floating quietly. This was the vehicle that the Virgo civilization sent. The vehicle looked like a meteorite, but it actually had an extremely complicated internal structure. There were more than 100 million intelligent beings living inside, but the internal space was not crowded at all. On the contrary, it was very spacious. In this vehicle, every individual of the Virgo civilization had their own unique planet. The exterior diameter of the spherical vehicle was only 999 meters, but the internal space was more than 5 light-years wide. The Virgo civilization already had the technology to compress space, and the interior of the seemingly simple spherical vehicle was actually completely compressed into a space of 5 light-years. For the sake of creating such a vehicle, the Virgo civilization had used up the energy of over 1 billion stars, and created a collapsed space of over a few hundred light-years. The entire Virgo civilization had tens of millions of similar vehicles. The Virgo civilization's understanding of the laws of the universe, their control of power, and their use of dark matter was not something that a level 3 civilization could compare to. They had already gone from purely using the laws of the universe to a deeper level of fusion with the universe. Not only could they change their bodies between matter and energy, they could also control all the matter and energy in the universe around them. To them, every spherical vehicle was equivalent to a country, and the most unique aspect of the Virgo civilization was that their individuals could exist independently and could link their thoughts together to form a collective intelligence like an ant. At this time, the 100 million Virgo people in the spherical vehicle had a shared memory and knowledge. This was their unique advantage, and was also the reason why their civilization was able to stand out in the huge Virgo supercluster. For example, the people of Virgo constellation were equivalent to giving every human on Earth the ability to do mental calculations like a supercomputer, and the memory of a large-scale data center. This was simply a cheat for the entire race, and it was the kind of cheats that were shameless and shameless. Of course, the current humans on Earth were even more shameless. The awakened players were able to cheat the heavens. It was just that the current Earth civilization was still unable to unleash the full power of this cheat. The level 3 spiritual civilization that had previously ruled over the Milky Way galaxy was actually a tool released by the spherical vehicle nation. The significance of this tool to them was to observe the birth, prosperity, and decline of every civilization from the perspective of a bystander. When their own technological level had reached a limit and was almost unable to progress further, they could observe a low-level civilization, or even create a low-level civilization and steal their ideas. This was a shortcut for this super high-level civilization. Now that their tools had been wiped out in an instant, it was either the invasion of a high-level civilization from another supercluster, or there was a strange change that they could not understand. Of course, the Virgo civilization had to come over to investigate. At this time, they had already come to a conclusion. The high-level spiritual civilization that they had personally modified had actually been wiped out by the carbon-based creatures. This was ridiculous. Weren't these carbon-based creatures a little too invasive? Couldn't they have left a spark for us? How did they manage to cover the entire Milky Way galaxy in an instant and wipe out our tools in an instant? Also, until now, this low-level carbon-based civilization had not entered the core area of the Milky Way galaxy. This meant that they had not obtained the ability to compress space through analyzing the center of mass of a large galaxy. They were still behind them and would not pose a threat to them. After selecting a few individuals and trying to peek into their memories, they finally discovered that this carbon-based life did not have the ability to share knowledge with each other. After confirming that they could not use this usurper to continue observing the entire Milky Way galaxy, the Virgo civilization immediately decided to start the erasure operation. The Milky Way galaxy was their farm. Of course, they had to grow crops that were useful to them. Chapter 1321. After making the decision, the spherical carrier of the Virgo civilization, named Orpha 3, quickly moved. Without any need for acceleration or energy storage, the silver surface of Orpha 3 gradually glowed, from dark to bright, and quickly became as bright as a star. This was not ordinary visible light, but all kinds of radiation that the Virgo civilization's carrier actively released under the premise of complying with the laws of the universe. More than 1 million radiation lines gathered together, forming a seemingly ordinary but actually mysterious, visible light beam. At this time, the light released by the entire Orpha 3 carrier was composed of more than 100 billion visible light beams, with different structures and compositions. About 10,000ths of a second later, the background radiation and light released by the carrier floating outside the Milky Way illuminated almost 1,000th of the Milky Way. The next moment, Orpha 3 suddenly disappeared, and when it reappeared, it was directly above the center of mass of the Milky Way, looking like a glass bead floating on a large plate. Of course, the plate was a little too big, and the glass bead was a little too small. In the vast void of the universe, positioning seemed simple, but it was actually a profound thing. If a person stood in the wilderness and could not find a reference, it was easy to lose their sense of direction, not to mention the universe was full of stars, and the distance was directly measured in light years. Everyone knew that there must be a mass core in the Milky Way, which was the geometric center of the entire Milky Way. However, to stand outside the Milky Way, find this point accurately from above, and accurately aim at the geometric center from a vertical angle, the requirements for measurement accuracy and range were simply outrageous. Of course, conventional measurement methods could not be used, even if light and cosmic background radiation were used as a reference. The diameter of the Milky Way was 100,000 light-years, and light had to travel for 100,000 years. Obviously, the Virgo civilization's measurement was not based on light or background radiation, but on another kind of space technology. It directly identified the geometric center of the Milky Way and then attached wormhole characteristics to the surface of the Orpha 3 carrier. The entire carrier traveled tens of thousands of light-years in an instant, teleporting to its location. This was also how the races of the Orpha 3 kingdom migrated. No matter what they did, the Orpha 3 kingdom, which had a population of hundreds of millions, moved together. They were not worried about encountering a disaster of genocide. At least since the birth of Orpha 3, they had never encountered any real threats in the Virgo supercluster. Even if there was, to the Virgo constellation civilization that had grasped the spatial compression technology and was deeply integrated with the universe, it was not a big deal. If I can't beat him, I'll just run, okay? As long as he was willing to expend energy, how could Orphazan, who had the ability to instantly teleport 100,000 light-years away, be caught up to? A backward level 3 civilization would still need to establish coordinates to travel through the Milky Way. They would need to find a low power point that could create a large-scale stable wormhole, but they did not need to. He could go wherever he wanted and leave whenever he wanted. After arriving at the predetermined location, a cone slowly extended from Orpha 3, aiming from top to bottom at the geometric core of the Milky Way. Then the light on the surface of Orpha's 3 carriers quickly converged, and the top of the cone gradually glowed with a dark shimmer. A strange vibration spread out from the top of the cone. The normal void of the universe was unable to transmit waves, just like how sound was unable to transmit through vacuum. However, the vibrations released by the Virgo constellation civilization were completely different from sound waves. What it vibrated was not even matter or energy in the usual sense, but vacuum. The principle of triggering the vibration was not simply the collision of matter, but directly from a more subtle level, directly vibrating the fundamental force and interfering with the quark structure. The vibration was completely beyond the understanding of level 3 civilizations at a speed of more than 10,000 light-years per second, spreading down to the Milky Way in the shape of an inverted cone. At this time, Chen Guang's consciousness returned to the void in the cup and saw this scene. The vibrations released by Orpha 3 caused spatial cracks to spread down in the shape of tree roots. Based on the distance between Orpha 3 and the Milky Way, this tree root net could just cover the entire Milky Way. Is this going to erase the entire Milky Way? Isn't this a little too vicious? Chen Guang, who was standing on Earth, looked up at the sky and muttered to himself. The sun and clouds could not block his vision. At this time, he had 2 pairs of eyes. One pair grew on his body, looking up from the ground, and the other grew outside of Earth's universe, looking down from a higher plane. 2 pairs of eyes, 2 lines of sight. One was the habit of being a human, and the other was the hobby of being a god. At this time, Chen Guang was both a human and a god, but he was not a so-called low-end demigod. Instead, he had walked the path of both human and god to the extreme. The Orpha 3 did not regard Earth's civilization as a threat at all. They thought that this erasure operation was no different from the many times in the past. It was just a targeted cleanup of a low-level civilization. In the eyes of a god-tier civilization, even a level 3 space civilization was still just a dispensable parasite in the universe. The existence of a low-level civilization might enrich the diversity of species in the universe and provide nutrients for culture, art, technology, and knowledge. However, in the vast universe, or just in the Virgo supercluster, the impact of one low-level civilization or one low-level civilization was not that big. Otherwise, even if one of them was destroyed, a new level 3 civilization would rise up and replace it in a few decades, at most tens of millions of years. Observing different forms of low-level civilizations might yield different benefits, but for the Virgo civilization, which had collective intelligence and an almost eternal lifespan, observing tomatoes or potatoes made no difference. After all, when a Virgo individual reached adulthood, as long as they connected their mind to the kingdom, they would be able to instantly share all the knowledge and even part of their soul. Therefore, even though the individual lives of the Virgo civilization were short, the kingdom they formed was immortal. About 30 seconds later, the wave cracks released by the Orpha 3 accurately captured every planet, space station, and even small mining machines that had traces of human life on Earth. They covered a total of more than 1 billion objects. It was impossible to explain how the Virgo constellation managed to do it. From the moment they arrived outside the Milky Way galaxy, to the completion of positioning, to the time they took to take action, and finally to accurately capture all traces of life on Earth, it only took a total of less than 700 seconds. The methods and technology they used were deeply integrated with the laws of the universe. When technology evolved to the extreme, it would also have some characteristics similar to divinity, such as the species' directional universe ripple controlled by the Virgo civilization. This was the technological suppression of a god-tier civilization. To them, it was as simple as eating and drinking soup, but in the eyes of low-level civilizations, it was simply unreasonable. The generation difference in technology and information created a huge gap between high-level civilizations and low-level civilizations, just like how Huskies could never learn how to play King of Glory. However, Chen Guang could understand. When he saw the ripples connected to various planets or spaceships, he understood the meaning of this attack. The Virgo civilization was not crazy enough to try to wipe out the entire Milky Way galaxy. They did not have the ability to do so. The ripples they released were a bit like the naming in the myths, like the golden-horned deity's naming gourd, which had the ability to attack in a specific direction. If I call you grandson, do you dare to agree? If you agree, you will be sucked into the gourd. Accidents may be a shortcut to science. But we found religion in their civilization, and they are very devout. Their accident may be related to religion, which is a huge threat to us. That's right. Their religion is different from ordinary low-level civilizations. It seems to be a personal worship of an individual in their own civilization. The Pula Humanities Research Laboratory believes that this individual, who is worshipped by his own race, must have extraordinary power. It may even surpass the information depth of a level 3 civilization, and it may even make our own individuals worship him. Then, the representative of the Pula Humanities Research Laboratory did not finish his sentence. The remaining half was that if a Virgo in Orpha 3 also worshipped that individual, then because of the natural information sharing of the Virgo civilization, this superfluous emotion may even spread to the entire planet in an instant. That would definitely cause catastrophic consequences. If the emotion of religious worship was strong enough, it may even make the entire Virgo in Orpha 3 instantly become his believers. So, for everyone's safety, in order to kill the possible threat of religion in time, I strongly suggest that it be erased immediately. But if we turn on the thought shield, we can avoid being affected by their religion. The individuals worshipped by the Earth civilization have also disappeared for a long time. Judging from their lifespan, they should be dead. I have to tell you a piece of unfortunate news. Until now, Colin's laboratory has still not been able to crack the direct cause of the demise of the experimental civilization. Therefore, the Earth civilization must have an attack method that even we can't understand. Then why don't we just read their memories? The only thing we can be sure of is that the experimental civilization attempted to launch an attack on their spiritual level, and then they were destroyed. We should not take risks when we can't determine the specific countermeasures of the Earth civilization. This is how Orpha I and Orpha 2 were destroyed. Discussion is closed. Please vote. 3 needles, that is, less than 10 seconds later, the vote to determine the fate of the Earth civilization was completed without the knowledge of the Earthlings. Only less than 5% of the Virgo civilization chose to continue to observe, less than 1 in 100,000 people chose to let the Earthlings go, and the rest all chose to be erased immediately. As the Archon of the Orpha 3 kingdom made a reply and pressed the button on the planet belonging to the Archon, the cosmic ripple connected to the Earth suddenly became more active. In an instant, strange substances and energies that were originally undetectable and difficult to understand were born near the ripple. If the Earth scientists remained sober at this time, they would probably fall into ecstasy. If these strange substances and energies were captured and cracked, at least the Earth civilization, which already had the technological level of a level 3 civilization, could take a big step forward. A large number of strange substances and energies quickly rushed forward along the cosmic ripple, rushing straight to many units with traces of the Earth civilization. It only took less than 1 microgram of strange matter energy to completely destroy the Earth. During the whole process, the Virgo civilization remained absolutely calm. After the vote, they stopped discussing and just quietly waited for the erasure to be completed. Then they might stay outside the Milky Way for tens of thousands of years, waiting to cultivate the next level 3 civilization before leaving. But suddenly, the cosmic ripple they released stopped moving. Of course, this also included the strange matter energy gathered on the cosmic ripple. The object of worship of the Earth religion, which they thought should have died long ago, directly appeared in the void of the universe less than 10 meters away from the Orpha 3 carrier. The defense system that the Orpha 3 was proud of did not notice his approach at all. The Virgo people could not understand how he approached. There were no gravitational fluctuations, nor any signs of wormholes. It was like a mass of matter appeared out of thin air, completely violating the rules of the conversion of mass and energy in the universe. In just an instant, more than 100 million Virgo people reached a consensus. This seemingly low-end level 3 civilization really had high technology that they could not understand. Chapter 1322. Of course, they could not understand Chen Guang's method of movement. Chen Guang did not use the usual wormhole traversal in the universe, nor did he use the space-folding method to warp. He simply used his authority as the owner of the Holy Grail to jump out of the universe, and then jumped back from the void in the cup. At the same time, he landed directly near Orpha 3. If it was before, he would not be able to leave while he was in the World Within Cup mission, but as he progressed through the Holy Grail mission system, he began to gain more and more privileges. He had just found out about this, but he could not leave for too long, no more than 5 seconds, or else he would be punished by the Holy Grail and be instantly judged dead. But 5 seconds was enough. At this time, Chen Guang quietly floated in space, looking at the silver ball close at hand. Although he had been the ruler of the universe for a long time, this was the first time he floated in space with his physical body, and he was a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, his physical body was strong enough now, and he could transform his body into a high-level life form at any time, so he could survive without oxygen. After a few seconds of delay, Chen Guang had completely adapted to space, and turned to look at the cone in front of him that was releasing the cosmic wave. Previously, he had already used a remote control from outside the universe to fix the cosmic ripple and the strange object energy attached to it. The method was not very profound. It was simply using the power of the Holy Grail and divine power to control the laws of the universe. He forcefully set the attack of the Virgo civilization as unreasonable, so that it could no longer spread in the universe like before. However, because the Earth universe was too large and had the ability to repair itself, and it was itself one of the 9 special worlds within cups, unless Chen Guang completely completed all the tests of the Holy Grail and obtained the last level of authority, he could not let his interference continue forever. About an hour later, the self-repair of the Earth universe would make his interference disappear. Before that, Chen Guang had to deal with the Virgo civilization and completely retract the species attack that they had released. He had tried before. He could also directly erase all the strange object energy from the outside, but this would cause too much pressure and interference to the Earth universe, and it might even cause a large-scale space collapse. The directional interference of strange objects and cosmic waves was the limit of his manipulation of this universe. Any more drastic actions might shake the stability of the universe itself. Once he jumped out of the universe, he could change the fundamental laws of the entire plane with just a simple action. It was just like how a human could change the ecological environment of all the microorganisms in a petri dish just by spitting saliva into it. If he had just taken an antibiotic, a little bit of his saliva would be enough to wipe out the microorganisms, and it would be a tragic species choice. Therefore, if there was a choice, it was best to resolve the problem within the universe. Chen Guang had no other choice. The range of the other party's attack was too wide, and there were too many units involved. There were billions of cosmic waves, and he would not be able to make it in time if he did not attack from the outside. During the few seconds when Chen Guang was still, the Orpha kingdom was in a complete mess. What should we do now? Are we going to negotiate with him? We should leave this place immediately and ask for help from the Empire. Yes, the ideology of the Earth civilization is completely different from ours. There is no basis for negotiation. They have mastered technology that is beyond the understanding of the Orpha. Only the whole Empire can unite to destroy them. The discussion is over. Now let's vote. Voting time, 1 needle. As the consul's voice fell, several options appeared in the minds of every Virgo at the same time. They were A. Take the initiative to attack, B. Retreat, C. Communicate, D. Surrender. In addition to these 4 options, there was another top priority option, which was to ask for help from the Empire and send a message. No matter what happened next, it was necessary to report this matter to the Empire. Although the kingdoms of the Virgo constellation were basically equal existences, and there was no distinction of being superior or inferior, but just like a kingdom with over 100 million individuals linking their thoughts together to form a collective intelligence, the empire that covered the entire Virgo constellation was a higher-level structure, and included over 10 million kingdoms in the empire. The so-called empire referred to the entire Virgo civilization, which was made up of more than 10 million kingdoms. However, due to the distance, the relationship between the kingdoms in the empire was not as close as the relationship between individuals in the same kingdom. Information transmission took a longer time, and it was impossible to synchronize the thoughts of the entire empire. Therefore, the kingdoms were more like an alliance. Of course, this alliance was very solid. Because of the racial characteristics, when these empires came together, they would even automatically exchange thoughts, transfer memories, and share information, so there was no basis for betrayal. More than 10 million kingdoms of the Virgo civilization wandered in the huge superstar cluster, continuously spying on low-level civilizations, collecting information, and directly plundering resources when necessary. This unique social structure created their unique civilization, allowing them to turn misfortunes into blessings again and again in their long history, surviving one disaster after another, and evolving at a speed that was several orders of magnitude ahead of other civilizations. As long as the information was sent out, the entire Virgo civilization would receive it in about half an hour. At that time, whether they wanted to launch an all-out attack with the power of the entire civilization or immediately take the risk of migrating to the unknown deep space to another superstar cluster would be the result of a vote by the entire civilization. No matter what the final fate of the three kingdoms was, whether they sacrificed themselves, escaped, or successfully defeated the unknown civilization of Earth, it would all be meaningful. After a while, the result of the vote was out, and it was to escape. In the blink of an eye, the surface of Orpha's silver spheres suddenly lit up with a glow that had appeared before. At the same time, Qin Guang, who was leaning against Orpha's side, felt a strong force pushing toward him. At the same time, the surface of his body violently exploded with a strange vibration, as if he was about to be torn apart from the middle. At the same time, another ripple of extremely deep information was released from behind Orpha's back, flying into deep space. Relying on the convenience brought about by group intelligence, the people of Virgo could even do hundreds of millions of things at the same time. This was a piece of cake. However, Chen Guang didn't take it seriously at all. This attack couldn't hurt him. Fang Xingjian first disappeared from where he was and directly chased after the ripple signal that was escaping at 10,000 times the speed of light. He then raised his hand, and what was surging in his palm was a new version of inner force that seemed ordinary but was actually quite useful. He waved his hand, and the energy transformed from the inner strength gushed out of his palm, turning into a large net that instantly covered an area of more than millions of kilometers. The invisible ripple that was 10,000 times faster than light crashed into the net formed by Qin Guang's internal energy and couldn't move an inch. The depth of the laws of the new version of internal energy was also far above that of Earth's universe. Chen Guang's move had completely sealed off time, space, energy, and matter in the entire region, including the signal released by Orpha and the others. The three kingdoms were puzzled as to why the Earthling had suddenly disappeared. He couldn't have been decomposed by our splitting force field, right? That's possible. After all, the splitting force field is a great flux-grade weapon and can decompose microscopic particles. Perhaps he was directly reduced to the heat of the universe. The detector didn't detect the existence of matter. Then he was indeed decomposed into energy. But there was no extra radiation detected, and no heat was released. Just like when he appeared, he completely disappeared. He didn't pass through any medium, and there were no signs of spatial vibrations. Not good. The signal we sent out has been frozen. Don't joke around, this is impossible. But this is the truth, moreover. Moreover what? I also detected that the signal we sent out has returned. Was it captured by him? This terrifying news instantly entered the ears of the 100 million Virgo people. Then, they simultaneously saw Qin Guang's figure appear outside Orpha's three kingdoms. The huge Orpha's 3 kilometers instantly sank into a deathly silence. What was happening at this time could be completely explained by the myths and legends of Earth's civilization. Flying tens of thousands of kilometers with a somersault cloud, holding a mustard seed, or God was omnipotent. Otherwise, it could be the teleportation innate skill of a great demon. But when the level of science and technology reached the level of Virgo civilization, they could almost use their own knowledge to explain everything in the universe. If there was something they couldn't explain, they wouldn't think of it in the direction of myths and would only think that the other party's level of science and technology had formed a generation gap with their own. Therefore, even the so-called teleportation, which the Earthlings didn't take seriously, had caused such a huge shock to them. Chen Guang finally spoke. He opened his mouth slightly. People inside, listen up. You have been surrounded. A deafening voice suddenly appeared inside Orpha's 3 kingdoms, filling the compressed space with a diameter of 5 light years. Many individuals of the Virgo civilization couldn't react for a moment. What was this Earthling saying? About 1,000th of a second later, Chen Guang's words were translated. We have been surrounded? He alone has surrounded 100 million of us? He's not joking, right? Of course, Chen Guang wasn't joking. After capturing the ripple signal released by Orpha's 3 kingdoms, he had made preparations in advance this time. He released the new version of internal energy from his palm and wrapped up Orpha's 3 kingdoms, which had an external diameter of 999 meters. Now, whether they wanted to ask for help or escape, there was no chance. But the stubborn Orpha's 3 kingdoms wouldn't give in so easily. They were the masters of the Virgo supercluster. The light shrouding the surface of the silver sphere became brighter. Suddenly, Orpha's 3 kingdoms shook violently, as if the television signal wasn't too good. They used the surface wormhole that could move 100,000 light-years at once. However, it was useless. After a series of crazy shaking, everything became dull and tasteless. Oh no, nothing happened after the shaking. Orpha's 3 kingdoms couldn't teleport out at all. I told you, you have been surrounded. Why don't you believe me? Shrugging his shoulders, Chen Guang wore a helpless expression. But the Virgo civilization couldn't read the meaning of Chen Guang's expression. They only felt that he was looking down on them. As for the failure of the teleportation, they didn't think it was Chen Guang's operation. They just thought that the vehicle itself had malfunctioned. Fight back or surrender. For now, the enemy was too strong. The 3 kingdoms immediately started the next round of voting. This time, there were 2 fewer options than before. There was no negotiation or escape. They had always been this straightforward. If they couldn't win, they would run. If they couldn't run, they would surrender. As long as they could maintain the continuation of their race, being enslaved for a while was not unacceptable. With their will and ability, and their talent for digesting other people's technology, sooner or later, they would be able to absorb the other party's more advanced knowledge for their own use. When that time came, it would be hard to say who would be enslaved. Along the way, the Virgo civilization had experienced similar situations more than once. Their surrender was absolutely wholehearted, but that was only submission to the strong. If the situation was reversed and they grew to be strong, they would naturally resist. In the eyes of the Virgo civilization, all of this was in line with the laws of the universe. The results of this vote were controversial. In the end, the counterattack won the vote with an advantage of 787,124%. Without any hesitation, after a thousandth of a second, a black round tube about the thickness of a finger appeared on the 3 sides of Orpha facing Chen Guang. This was the strongest weapon on Orpha, the legendary annihilation cannon that could annihilate space. Chen Guang silently approached, stretched out his finger, and stuffed it into the hole. Is he stupid? Using his finger to block the annihilation cannon? Does he really understand what he's doing? Suddenly, the consul's voice sounded in the minds of every Virgo. I propose to increase the power, overload the annihilation cannon, and inject 89% of the remaining energy. If we do this, if he can really block the annihilation cannon, Orpha may also be destroyed. The consul replied, yes, that's why I started voting and let everyone decide together. Another few seconds passed, and the results of the vote were out. The full power cannon had an advantage of 546,998% over the conservative counterattack strategy. With the infusion of a huge amount of energy, Orpha began to rumble and tremble. The operation of 89% of the energy caused the interior of Orpha's 3 to become unstable. Orpha's 3, which was originally as bright as day under the illumination of the inner walls, quickly dimmed after most of the energy was supplied to the annihilation cannon. The remaining 11% of the energy was used as a force field shield, trying to resist the radiation effects of the annihilation cannon. But this was just a precaution. Unless the Earthling really blocked the annihilation cannon, Orpha 3 would still be safe. Everything that had happened since they arrived in the Milky Way was beyond the understanding of the Virgo civilization. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. If they had known that the waters of the Milky Way were so deep, they would probably have chosen to only send a probe or directly carry out a long-range attack, and they would not have been as embarrassed as they were now. Another few seconds passed, and the annihilation cannon finally finished accumulating energy. A powerful, yet indescribable, mass energy flow rushed out of the annihilation cannon at thousands of times the speed of light. As the mass energy flow of annihilation rushed forward, the space along the way quickly collapsed, and the infusion of energy turned everything into nothingness. The state of matter and energy in this space was very similar to the nothingness before the birth of the universe, but it was also the complete opposite of it. The nothingness before the birth of the universe was actually absolute fullness, but what the annihilation cannon created was infinitely close to absolute nothingness. It referred to the true nothingness of the infinitely vast universe before the birth of the universe. At the same time, a star more than 1 billion light-years away from Orpha 3 suddenly exploded. The reason was very simple. A singularity had suddenly appeared in this star. Inside this singularity was the basic matter that had been annihilated in the barrel of the annihilation cannon. In fact, the mass of this object was not large, and the total weight added up was less than 1/1,000,000,000 of a milligram, but the energy it contained was extremely terrifying. This was the strange, self-balancing law of the universe. When the annihilation cannon created nothingness on one side, a singularity would be born in another. The Virgo civilization could not control the location of the birth of the singularity. Of course, with the vastness of the universe, the probability of wanting to blow itself up was too low. As for the possibility of other civilizations suffering from undeserved disasters, what did it have to do with them? Civilizations that would perish in the explosion of the singularity were low-level civilizations. If they were destroyed, then so be it. The big explosion in an unlucky galaxy in the distance was still going on. On this side, Chen Guang's fingertips had already touched the mass energy flow blasted out by the annihilation cannon. At this moment, he pulled his mind back to the world of creation. Humans and Protoss entered an unprecedented game space at the same time. This space completely subverted the imagination and common sense of all players, and all players were somewhat at a loss as to what to do. Earthlings, who were originally three-dimensional beings, suddenly saw a world of infinite dimensions. In this plane, time and space did not exist at all, and everything was completely different from the worldview that humans understood. With the original three-dimensional level of Earthlings, when they entered the infinite-dimensional world, they should have been instantly torn into pure energy. However, because humans had the identity of players, they strangely survived under the mandatory rules of the game system. This was a very unreasonable thing, but it was reasonable to force it to exist. Suddenly jumping into the infinite dimension, even the most talented Earthlings could not quickly understand their own state. It was like a fish in the water suddenly being able to fly and even float into outer space. With the intelligence of a fish, encountering this kind of thing would definitely be completely dumbfounded. Although Earthlings had now become a level 3 civilization, what they encountered was infinite dimensions. Even a fish might not be able to compare. However, this was not bad news, because the Protoss were also dumbfounded. Originally, the realm of the Protoss should not have been like this. The gods' understanding of dimensions far exceeded the depth of the Earth's universe, and they could reach at least the 10th dimension and above. At least in the endless divine realm, there should not be a more complicated multidimensional world than this. Unfortunately, the world of creation was infinite dimensions. A person who was 1 meter tall could not reach the plane in the sky, and it was the same for a person who was 10 meters tall. No matter how tall they were, it was useless. Everyone was dumbfounded. In the world of creation, the advantage of the Protoss was gone, and they were forcibly pulled to the same height as humans. In the outside universe, the mission had only started a few minutes ago, but in the world of creation, an infinite amount of time had passed. Now, human players and Protoss players had not even had their first contact, and humans had not even seen each other before. Before understanding the nature of the world of creation, it was almost impossible for any two individuals to meet each other. In terms of probability, this probability was infinitely small. Everyone wandered in the vast sea of stars like tadpoles, not knowing when they would reach the end, and not knowing what to do to meet the requirements of this game test. They remained awake, but they also knew nothing. As for the original intelligent beings in the world of creation, they knew that there were outsiders here, but they could see them, but they could not touch them. These intelligent beings could sense the existence of outsiders, but whenever they tried to stretch out their limbs to capture these outsiders, they would be lost in the infinite plane dimensions that were both divided and continuous. After the initial surprise, the intelligent life forms that possessed infinite dimensions lost interest in the outsiders. They were already used to eternal loneliness. If Chen Guang did not take the initiative to return to the world of creation, then human players and Protoss players would be trapped in the world of creation forever. Suddenly, a leaf fell from the giant 9-story tree in the center of the world of creation and landed on the grassy ground. The leaf quickly melted into the soil, and then a mound emerged. The mound continued to rise, gradually taking shape, and finally turned into a human figure. Another round of light circulated, and the human figure suddenly came to life. It was Chen Guang. This time, he came back with his real body. With the complete formation of his body, Chen Guang officially announced his return. In just an instant, his mind completely received all the information in the world of creation. He saw one after another human and Protoss players struggling in all kinds of strange scenes. There were volcanoes that burned the sky, glaciers covered with frost and snow, forests with countless strange monsters running all over the ground, and the underwater world that gave birth to the complete Atlantean civilization. Every player's situation was different, but in fact, what they were facing was still a moment derived from a fragment of a certain divided dimension. Although it was a moment, it was also eternal. If they could not escape, the players would be trapped in this fleeting eternity. Chen Guang was not in a hurry to act. Instead, he quietly observed the players' actions. It was fine that the human players were behaving badly, but what surprised him was that the Protoss players were just as confused. Almost every moment, a player died. The extremely bad situation made them unable to figure out the true purpose of the game mission. It was extremely difficult to live in this strange space. However, these players were not really dead. At the moment of their death, they would enter another dimension and have a new complete memory. It was very similar to the test in the cup that Chen Guang used to go through. The only difference was that they could not break free with their own strength. Chen Guang closed his eyes and tried to mobilize the himself that existed in all dimensions at the same time. Then he manipulated these selves to enter one dimension after another that accommodated the players and actively contacted the human players. As for the Protoss? Sorry, what was that? In fact, he was just trying it out. He was not sure if he could really affect the progress of the human players. Just like the intelligent life that was born here before, the difference between the two sides was too big. Even if Chen Guang stood in front of these intelligent life and slapped them in the face, they would not be able to feel it. Now in the world of creation, the difference between the human players and him was even greater. Fortunately, he succeeded. As soon as he took the initiative to communicate, the human players seemed to have heard the sound of the Buddha. In an instant, countless insights and mysterious knowledge poured into their ears and went straight to the depths of their hearts. There was no need for more words. The dimensional level of the human players soared. Although they could not catch up with Chen Guang, they could see the tree in the core of the world of creation. Although they were still standing in the same place, their consciousness had jumped out of the many dimension sections that trapped them and reached the essence. The journey of the lost game space finally had a clear goal. They walked forward until they reached the tree. Chen Guang retracted his mind and understood. The reason was not that the human genes had the same origin as his, but because they had the identity of the players. It was equivalent to being issued an identity card by the heavenly Holy Grail. Even if they were high-level residents in this cup, his communication did not directly enter the ears of the players. Instead, it was first transmitted to the entire world of creation. First, it was in line with the dimensional rules of the world of creation. Then, it was integrated by the world of creation into its own rules. Finally, it was directly instilled into the players in the form of rules. Otherwise, with the brain capacity of the Earthlings, they would not be able to withstand such a huge knowledge system. This was letting the world of creation be the middleman, but they did not earn the difference in price. Wait, doesn't that mean? Chen Guang looked around. Sure enough, it was not only the human players who awakened from the bottom dimension. The Protoss also benefited from it. The rules of the world of creation did not distinguish humans from the Protoss. As long as they were players, they could receive feedback after the world of creation changed its rules. Now Chen Guang's bias failed. Both sides were still on the same starting line. After a short silence, the human and Protoss players immediately began to get busy. They only had one goal: to completely suppress the worldview they were in. Then they rushed out and pounced on the tree. The Protoss players had one more goal than the human players. They recognized that thing. In their eyes, this tree was called the tree class. This was one of the two ultimate goals for participating in the game mission. They had completed the first goal, which was to kill Chen Guang. As for the second goal, they thought that after killing Chen Guang, it would not appear again. They thought that this game mission had become a real game. They did not have to worry too much about it. They just had to wander through one game space after another, clear the game, and defeat the insect-like humans. When that time came, they would have completed the order of the principal will. They only had to wait for their real bodies in the celestial realm to rise up under the protection of the principal will. Now there was a slight change. The traitor was clearly dead, but the tree class still existed. But it did not matter. Since they had seen it, they just had to destroy it. After personally opening a path for the players in the world of creation, Chen Guang did not continue to dawdle. Instead, he returned to the real universe. As he entered and exited, the time in the real universe did not move at all. The mass energy flow from the annihilation cannon just happened to touch his fingertips. But nothing happened after that. The mass energy flow from the annihilation cannon, which was enough to destroy half of the Milky Way, disappeared inexplicably. Its power was not exaggerated. On the other side of the starry sky, another extragalactic system about half the size of the Milky Way, 1 billion light-years away, had suffered a devastating blow. It had changed from a regular disc-shaped spiral galaxy to half a moon. The annihilation of half of the galaxy had caused the mass core to shift. The gravity of this unlucky galaxy was completely disordered. The remaining half of the planets were recombining under the pull of the chaotic force field. Perhaps after a few 100 million years, the remaining planets could form a smaller, regular extragalactic system, but it was uncertain how many civilizations and creatures in this galaxy could survive. At this time, the 100 million people in the Orpha 3 kingdoms were completely confused. The light on the inner wall of the vehicle slowly lit up again, but the hearts of the Virgo people on every independent planet were cold. Although they had common wisdom, there had never been a moment in the entire process of civilization like this, where everyone's emotions and thinking had reached complete synchronization. Confusion, despair, self-doubt, and other emotions enveloped all the people of the Orpha 3 kingdoms. What's wrong? Is the annihilation cannon malfunctioning? But the energy of the Orpha 3 kingdoms has indeed been consumed. There is no reason for this energy to disappear into thin air. Even if it's a malfunction, it should at least cause us to self-destruct. Chen Guang did not care how chaotic the people inside were. He just retracted his finger and said again, "Are you a little more clear-headed now? I said that you were surrounded. Why didn't you believe me?" This time, he finally got a positive answer. There was a resonance from inside, as if thousands of people were saying the same thing at the same time. "Great being, we extend our sincerest apologies to you. Sorry to disturb you. Would you believe it if we said that we just happened to pass by and did a little scientific experiment? That's right. You see, we didn't cause any impact on your galaxy." As expected of an advanced civilization, they had so quickly mastered the profound Chinese language and even learned the art of language. Chen Guang chuckled, "Are you guys messing with me? The shock wave you released before that could shatter a planet is still on the way. You wanted to destroy my entire race, and now you're telling me that you were just passing by?" In fact, regardless of whether the other party spoke Chinese or not, Chen Guang could communicate with them smoothly. After all, he was the legendary king of PY transactions. As soon as he said this, Orpha 3 kingdoms fell silent. They could not beat them in a fight, nor could they run away. It was as awkward as it could get. Are you really willing to accept our surrender? The chorus inside came again. Chen Guang glared at them impatiently. Do you have any other choice? Retract the shock wave, or you'll die immediately. On the other side, Orpha 3 used another 10% of his energy to stop the previous cosmic wave. Now that the crisis of Earth's civilization had been resolved, Chen Guang did not feel too much. On the one hand, all the old friends he knew had passed away 3,000 years ago, and he had no acquaintances in the current Earth's civilization. It was probably only the descendants of the Qin family who had some distant blood relations with him. As for the others, there was really no one left. As a successful person, it was quite embarrassing for 3,000 years to pass in the blink of an eye before he had the time to leave behind a successor. In addition, no matter how big the Earthling's steps were now, he would reverse it later. Therefore, even if the cosmic wave could not be stopped, and the Earth's civilization was really destroyed in reality, it could still be salvaged. Now, there were two choices in front of him. Either he could use Orpha 3 kingdoms as a starting point and uproot the entire Virgo civilization, or he could let them go and let Orpha 3 kingdoms become a vassal of Earth's civilization, and let them voluntarily provide all the resources of a higher civilization to Earth's civilization. This could help the Earthlings complete 3 consecutive jumps, transforming from the middle stage of a first-rate civilization to a god-level civilization that ruled a supercluster in just a few thousand years. However, Chen Guang could not guarantee that the entire Virgo civilization would be obedient. It was very likely that they were faking their surrender. Therefore, he decided to do something to completely dispel the Virgo civilization's resistance. This time, he directly used the creation world as a medium and teleported himself inside Orpha 3 kingdoms. What appeared in front of him was a vast starry sky. However, this starry sky was different from the darkness seen on Earth. Instead, it was as bright as day under the extremely bright background light. The stars floating in the starry sky were all small colorful dots. Facing a spacious space of 500 million light-years, even someone as knowledgeable as him was deeply shocked. However, now that he was the boss, he could not lose face. Chen Guang opened his mouth again and said loudly, "Appear in front of me as fast as you can." As soon as his voice fell, the hundreds of millions of modified planets scattered throughout Orpha 3 kingdoms were mobilized at the same time. In less than 10 minutes, more than 100 million modified planets were neatly distributed in front of Chen Guang. It was a spectacular sight. Every Virgo would have their own planet when they reached adulthood. Usually, they would go through deep modifications so that they could warp and shuttle through the interior of Orpha 3 kingdoms, and even if they went to the outer universe, they would still be unimpeded. Immediately afterward, small spaceships flew out from these planets one after another. A few minutes later, many of the small spaceships docked on the large platform that floated over from the governing planet. One by one, the Virgo people got off the aircrafts and stood on the platform like soldiers waiting for inspection, looking up at Chen Guang. The average height of the Virgo people was about 1.3 meters. Their limbs and torso were similar to that of Earthlings. Their arms were long, hanging from their shoulders and dragging on the ground. They had large sapphire-like eyes on their faces. They had no noses or mouths, but there were 2 holes on both sides of their heads that looked like ears. Threads that looked like human hair extended out of the holes. They looked like seaweed that had reincarnated. These were probably the organs that helped them to share their thoughts. In addition, the skin of the Virgo people was silver. Their body structure was not carbon-based, but made up of several strange metals that did not exist in the Milky Way. But this did not mean that they were mechanical life forms. It was nothing more than another metal life form with silver skin, iron bones, and gold flesh. The Virgo people carefully sized up Chen Guang, who was in the air, not daring to breathe. Finally, Chen Guang spoke first. "I think you guys must have many questions. I will not answer them one by one. Let me tell you who I am. Since you guys have collected information on Earthlings, you should know my name." "You are Chen Guang? All-round superhuman?" It was the Virgo people who took the initiative to ask. When hundreds of millions of people used their unique and almost identical vocal organs to say the same sentence, Even if they were separated by more than 10 kilometers, the vibration in the void was still very shocking. Chen Guang suspected that this was the secret weapon of the Virgo people. They were planning to use this move to shock him to death. Luckily my bones are tough. If it was an ordinary earthling, he would have died here. It's good that you know me. So I am undoubtedly a member of Earth's civilization. I will cover for this. You guys have made a mistake. Now, let me tell you how your annihilation cannon stopped firing. With that, Chen Guang stretched out his hand again, slowly straightened his right index finger, and pointed his fingertip at the Virgo people. The sapphire eyes of the three senators suddenly changed color. It was as if they were zooming in with a super high magnification telescope. Suddenly, the senators exclaimed loudly, "How can the universe allow this kind of material to appear? This is simply ridiculous." At this time, there was actually only a grain of sand on Chen Guang's fingertip. But this grain of sand came from the world of creation. Previously, he went back to take this thing from the world of creation. In the past, he could not take out the things from the world in the cup. That was because the level of the world in the cup was lower than the real world. However, the world of creation was higher than the real world, so he could barely borrow it temporarily. Only a grain of sand was needed to easily absorb the mass energy flow of the annihilation cannon. The reason was very simple. This grain of sand came from the infinite dimension of the world of creation. The energy and information contained in it were countless times that of the Earth's universe. The mass energy produced by the annihilation cannon could not set off the slightest ripple in it. Now that the senators were so surprised, even a god-level civilization could not understand why a grain of sand the size of a grain of dust could give them the feeling that it was countless times larger than the entire universe. With a shake of his hand, the sand of creation disappeared from Chen Guang's fingertip and was sent back to the world of creation. You have no idea who you are going against. Now, I order you to become a vassal of Earth's civilization, and you must hand over all your knowledge and resources without reservation. Do you agree? If you refuse, I will spend a little more time to completely obliterate your entire civilization. You have a total of 11,734,216 vehicles similar to Orpheus. This is the entire Virgo civilization, right? The hundreds of millions of Virgo people below lowered their heads at the same time. They were truly convinced. When the senators saw the sand of creation, the others naturally knew about it at the same time. Although there was no practical meaning in bowing their heads in their civilization, they understood Earth's civilization very well. We are afraid, is that not enough? Very good, this is a good start. I know that your civilization is good at sharing information. If you can convince more kingdoms to come to the Milky Way to broaden their horizons, I welcome it. Well, if there's nothing else, I will leave first. You have annexed many low-level civilizations, so you should know what to do next. After saying that, Chen Guang disappeared from where he stood. It was still a familiar method of the Virgo civilization, instantly vanishing from matter to energy, leaving no trace. What he could do for Earth's civilization was enough. No matter what happened in the future, as long as the Orpheus three kingdoms surrendered, Earth's civilization would not have any natural enemies in this galaxy cluster. The Virgo civilization definitely did not have the courage to retaliate. The higher the level of civilization, the more they could understand the horror of the technological generation gap. Moreover, the sand of creation completely crushed them. They would not make an unwise move at the risk of extinction. Next, it was time to deal with the game in the world of creation. Chapter 1323. This time, when he returned to the world of creation, a branch was directly broken off from the 9-story tree and fell to the ground. The final clay statue was more exquisite than the last time. It was a bit like the first statue of the god of the earth that Chen Guang once placed in the Tongshan industrial factory. The clay statue slowly became a real person. Chen Guang slowly opened his eyes and looked up. There were many more portraits of the Protoss on the 9-story tree. It was just a short moment of entering and exiting here, but the giant tree seemed to have grown taller, and its color had become brighter. The mottled bark lines on the trunk had changed slightly from the original irregular state. It still looked irregular, but it gave people a sense of beauty like a work of art. The grass on the ground was still swaying with the wind. Compared with before, these plants had become more spiritual and more energetic. This was a very indescribable feeling. Everything in the world of creation seemed very real before, but after this period of time, on the basis of reality, the entire world of creation could even become more real. All these changes were due to the continuous supply of energy to the 9 special worlds from more than 3,000 worlds in the cup below. These energies corresponded to the different attributes of the 9 special worlds, such as fate, reality, and illusion. They first gathered in the special worlds, and then were divided into different types and condensed into a supply for the world of creation. Not only that, the laws of the original will released when the Protoss projection died were also condensed into the world of creation. Since then, the true mystery of the heavenly Holy Grail had been exposed to Chen Guang. Many things that he had not understood before had also been answered. The heavenly Holy Grail was a big pit left by his previous life's original will of the endless divine realm. Azure was the specific executor, and he was not only the key to open the heavenly Holy Grail, but also the real creator of the entire world of the Holy Grail, and also the specific controller. The meaning of Azure's existence was to prevent himself from losing all his memories after his rebirth and not being able to complete his previous plan. But in order to prevent being seen through by the original will, she also cut off most of her memories, which led to her having to rely on herself in many aspects. In order to make the heavenly Holy Grail perform its intended function, he would first need to enter one realm after another as the master of the Holy Grail and complete the missions that the Holy Grail had set for him. This was equivalent to obtaining a graduation certificate of various unique abilities. After that, after obtaining the graduation certificate, he would need to display his abilities in the real world, which was in front of the people of Earth, and obtain their recognition. This was in order to obtain divinity. When the first statue appeared in Cloud City, Chen Guang had already taken the first step to becoming a god. Although the gods in the endless divine realm did not rely on faith energy to increase their strength, most of them relied on their understanding and research of the divine realm's laws. However, in the god realm, there were indeed legendary stories of beings from the lower realms created by the gods breaking through their shackles and becoming true gods. And the most convenient way for these beings to become gods was to collect the faith of others. Moreover, the Earth universe was not an ordinary low-level plane. Instead, it had an extremely high depth of rules. Otherwise, it would not have turned the tables on the real world after merging with it and completely annexed the entire real world. After the fusion, the world still had the Earth universe as its main body. In the game system, although the initial abilities of the Protoss players were stronger than the humans on Earth, in terms of growth and creativity, the Protoss lagged behind the humans by a lot. Although the Protoss only entered the game as a projection and could not bring all of their own divine power with them, their growth in the game system basically depended on the player's own willpower and creativity. In the case of having a huge advantage in the early stages, the Protoss and the humans on Earth were evenly matched in the end. The humans on Earth had only lived on the small Earth for most of their long history. Whether it was the depth or breadth of knowledge, they were far inferior to the Protoss. Even if the Protoss were a projection and the humans were the main consciousness, it was reasonable to say that the Protoss should have been more comfortable in the game. The fundamental reason for this situation was that the level of the Earth universe was high enough. Humans, a seemingly weak first-level civilization born in the vast universe, were in fact the most perfect existence after genetic selection among the countless planes. Within the Earth universe, compared to the various advanced civilizations that were born earlier, they had a history of less than 2 million years. They had a clear social structure, invented writing, and recorded history for less than 20,000 years. The humans on Earth could be said to be the underlings of the underlings. Chen Guang also knew that in the vast universe, the civilization on Earth was in fact the last intelligent civilization to be born. The civilization that was born on Earth, a primitive civilization located in a distant galaxy, was born more than 2 million years earlier than the civilization on Earth. 2 million years seemed long, but for the universe, it was just a short moment. However, there was a saying that sharpening a knife would not delay the work of cutting firewood. Under the control of the rules of the universe, the later a life was born, the closer its genes were to perfection, and the deeper its soul level was. The people on Earth did not know how strong they were. Their species was born less than 2 to 3 million years ago, and their civilization was born less than 20,000 years ago. To be able to become a middle-level, first-level civilization was already the best in the universe. Therefore, Chen Guang chose to become an Earthling and walked all the way to where he was today. At this time, in the world of creation, the human and Protoss players had broken through the broken section of their own dimension. However, after jumping out of one dimension, there was still the next dimension waiting for the players. When breaking through the first-dimensional space, there were casualties among the players on both sides. There were still more than 90 million human players who entered the world in the cup. Millions of people had been sacrificed. There were even more Protoss players left, more than 500 million. More than 10 million gods had been sacrificed. During the 2 times he entered, the reason why Chen Guang felt that the world of creation had changed so much was that the tens of millions of Protoss who had been sacrificed heroically had provided a lot of rules of the original will. If the players on both sides were allowed to develop on their own, no one knew how many years it would take for the players on both sides to break through the infinite dimensions in the world of creation and finally stand in front of the 9-story giant tree. Although the ultimate goal was there and everyone could see it, there was no limit to how long it would take to achieve it. However, in this world of creation, no matter how much time had passed, it was meaningless. 100 years was an instant, thousands of years was the same as an instant, hundreds of thousands of years or even trillions of years were also the same as an instant. In the world of creation, when he, the controller, wanted to care about time, a day could pass like a year, and time would pass much slower than normal. But when he did not want to care about it, he could directly jump hundreds of millions of years later in one breath. At this time, this was exactly what Chen Guang wanted to do. 3,000 years had passed on Earth, and there was no one among the human players that he needed to worry about. So, he was sorry, but he did not care much about the specific process of these players' struggle in the world of creation. He just wanted the players on both sides to finally stand in front of him, see him, and communicate with him. Then, he could crush the Protoss one by one and force the human players to win the final victory. He was a referee and an athlete. There was no other way. He was so arrogant and shameless. After all, he was also a human player. The development of things obviously would not easily go according to the script he wanted. After the tens of millions of Protoss who had been killed in battle returned to the endless world of gods, they immediately reported the news that they had seen the 9-story giant tree. It did not take long for the news that the player's mission had changed to reach the sky and reach the 8 main temples. Originally, when the will of the Lord gods fell into a deep sleep, no matter what happened, they were not to be disturbed. The Lord gods did not simply sleep. They were recovering in a deep sleep and getting close to the rules. No one knew if they would be disturbed when the Lord gods were about to gain something from the rules. If such a thing happened, no matter how trusted the Lord gods were, they would be killed on the spot. But this time was different. The game mission was a heavy burden directly sent by the will of the origin. It was considered the most important event in the realm of gods in recent years. Before the Lord gods went into a deep sleep, they had made it clear that if there was a major change in the game mission, they could directly report it without fear of being punished. The first to wake up from a deep sleep was the Lord God of Chaos, the strongest of the 8 Lord gods. He did not have a physical form, but after seeing the projection of the 9-story giant tree sent by the lower gods, his body suddenly appeared and disappeared in a flash. The lower gods in the Temple of Chaos could even vaguely see his solemn expression. It was obvious that the situation was serious. Soon, the 8 Lord gods once again gathered in the Hall of Origin in the sky of the endless realm of gods. They stood under a giant flower that bore fruit. The shape of the giant flower looked exactly like the deer cry fruit that had taken root in Cloud City for a long time. Great will of the origin, the players we sent out found the tree class in the game. It did not disappear with the trader's death. The 8 Lord Gods said in unison. This was the simplest awakening ritual. Although it seemed like they were just talking, it was actually the resonance of the 8 shallow understandings of the rules. This was also the only way for the gods in the endless realm of gods to actively communicate with the will of the origin. A moment later, a sharp female voice came from the giant flower. I understand. The woman's voice was formed by the will of the origin imitating the shape and voice it wanted to imitate. It was purely for ease of communication. Great will of the origin, what should we do? The 8 Lord Gods asked in unison again. The fruit formed by the will of the origin replied with an emotionless voice, We have been deceived. The traitor is not dead. He is still living well. Impossible. I have clearly crushed him with my own hands. This time, only the Lord God of Chaos said anxiously. The other 7 did not synchronize with him. However, it did not cause the rules to resonate. The will of the origin did not hear the doubt of chaos. Instead, it continued to say, It's all right. We will not make the same mistake twice. Make your own preparations. This time I will send all the gods in. The 8 Lord Gods were shocked at first. The will of the origin had actually admitted its mistake. This had never happened before. In a sense, there was no right or wrong when it came to the will of the origin. Whatever the origin decided must be the truth of the realm of gods. There was no right or wrong at all. If the Lord Gods still retained their humanity, they would have noticed that something was amiss. The will of the origin, which should have been emotionless and would never doubt itself, was actually being imperceptibly assimilated by the emotions of humans. When a perfect and flawless existence displayed human characteristics, it was the moment when she revealed her flaws. Nobody knew how many gods there were in the endless realm of gods. Even the will of the origin itself could not calculate it. The entire realm of gods was too vast. It was so vast that even if the Lord Gods spent their entire lives traveling, even if the Lord Gods could integrate themselves into the rules of the realm of gods and gain the ability to teleport, even if the Lord Gods could move billions and billions of times faster than the speed of light, there had never been a Lord God who could travel to every inch of the realm of gods in their lifetime. It was not that the Lord Gods did not have the time, and it was not that they did not have the energy and ability. It was purely because the endless realm of gods was just too vast. Unlike the Earth's universe, which was endless in terms of vertical space, the endless realm of gods was more like a flat surface, like an infinitely stretched piece of paper. If anyone thought that they understood the realm of gods well enough to know everything up in the sky and down below, it would definitely be an illusion. After crossing a 10,000 feet mountain, there would definitely be thousands of 10,000 feet mountains waiting behind. After crossing 100 million feet river, there would still be billions of rivers ahead. After crossing one border after another, in the endless god realm, there were more and more god kingdom boundaries, or space-time barriers. In each space-time barrier, there was a completely different environment. This environment included climate, terrain, and even gravity, molecular forces, and even the flow of time was different. In the endless realm of gods, it was entirely possible for two sides of the same boundary to present completely different sceneries. On one side, there would be glaciers covered in snow, while on the other side, there would be volcanic eruptions. On one side, a day would pass, while on the other side, thousands and tens of thousands of years would pass. There were many reasons for such space-time barriers. It could be the work of the almighty beings above the ultimate God stage in order to build a divine kingdom, or it could be a naturally formed barrier. However, no matter which one it was almost impossible to cross it without the strength of the ultimate God stage. Some divine kingdom barriers built by powerful divine emperors could not even be crossed by weaker divine emperors. It was even rumored that at a certain distant boundary of the endless realm of gods, there was a mysterious zone that even divine emperors could not pry into. The barriers of these mysterious zones were everlasting natural boundaries. There was even a rumor that although these natural barriers did not cover a large area in the divine realm, the area behind them might even exceed all known areas. Overgods who had fused themselves with the laws of nature could move about the realm of the gods unimpeded, but how could they have the leisure to share their experiences with the lesser gods? After becoming overgods, they were no longer on the same level as the other gods in the first place. Because of this, the 8 Lord Gods, including the Master God of Chaos, deeply understood the terrifying meaning contained in the simple words, all the gods, that the principal will said. What she meant by all was actually infinite gods. The Lord Gods did not understand why the principal will suddenly made such a decision. Wasn't it a little too hasty and risky? Wasn't it too crazy? There was no need to do this at all. As long as they were willing to pay the price and let the 8 Lord Gods' projections descend, the traitor would not have any more chances. This time, he would be completely obliterated. The principal will would not explain to the Lord Gods. Unlike the other Protoss who were still confused, she had already learned the truth of the world of creation. Even she, who had existed since the birth of the God realm, possessed limitless knowledge, and had seen all sorts of strange and bizarre situations, and was not a consciousness formed after birth, but rather a materialized will born with the God realm, was horrified by the truth. This was simply unfathomable. Why did I have emotions? No, why did I become aware of my existence? Why did I have the thought of me? Could it be the aftereffects of forcibly swallowing the consciousness of the dear Emperor? This was too ridiculous. I was clearly the principal will, and I only swallowed the consciousness of a divine emperor. How could I be affected? This unanswered question remained unanswered even when all the Protoss in the endless realm of gods were sent into the world of creation as projections. When the principal will began to think about this question, it had already fallen into the trap. This time, the projections sent in by the principal will were at least 100 million times stronger than before. She paid a huge price to give each projection 1/10 of the strength of the original. Chapter 1324. At this time, Chen Guang had just used a cheat in the creation world, intending to jump directly to the moment when both players stood in front of the 9-layer tree. At that time, both players' dimensional levels would reach a level second only to him, or even higher than the level of intelligent life in the creation world itself. At this time, Chen Guang also understood why intelligent life could be born in this infinite dimensional space. This was originally a meaningless thing, and these intelligent life forms were of no help to him. Now, it seemed that this was a preset setting that the heavenly Holy Grail had set in advance when it assisted him in completing the creation world. These intelligent life forms were everywhere, forming their own space and time. The body of each life form was a cross-section of one spatial dimension after another, making them represent another level of perfect genes in a sense. However, in front of the players who had obtained the identity card of the heavenly Holy Grail, these poor intelligent life forms were essentially no different from the plants, insects, and beasts swaying on the ground. In the entire creation world, other than the 9-layer tree, all the other substances and dimensions were actually checkpoints and small worlds for the players to test. In a sense, they were also nutrients for the players, providing energy and experience for the players to advance. Of course, this also included the original intelligent life forms. Thinking about it, these intelligent life forms were quite pitiful, but they did not know that they were being devoured and consumed by the players. They would only think that this was a normal process of aging, illness, and death, or a natural death. In addition, the players did not know that every time they passed through one checkpoint after another, there were lives dying one after another. Otherwise, with the worldview of human players, they would definitely feel a little embarrassed. When determining how many years ahead he had jumped, Chen Guang used a little trick. The dimension of the creation world was infinite, and he could not determine the specific length of time at all. He could not directly take an infinite value, so he first assumed that the value of infinity was n, and then decisively took n-1. As he jumped, the endless heavenly world suddenly appeared in front of him. Countless colorful lights flowed in front of him, looking gorgeous and dazzling. Every beam of light represented the flow of time in a dimensional section. As Chen Guang switched gears, all the dimensional sections flowed like flowing water. Under Chen Guang's gaze, Time flowed through one dimension after another. The flow of time here was much faster than the normal flow of time. In the beginning, he still had the energy and thought to observe the situation of the players on both sides in the game, but as time went on, he gradually lost his patience and simply withdrew his thoughts. He did not watch or pay attention to anything, only waiting for the final moment for a great purge. Chen Guang had missed a crucial piece of information. In a certain dimension and time, countless God race projections suddenly descended from nothingness. This countless was not an exaggeration, but a truly infinite number. If it was in the past, perhaps the origin would have the ability to find out exactly how many countless were. However, now that it had been tainted by humanity, the origin no longer had the leisure to do so. In any case, it only needed to know that the God race it had sent from the endless heavenly world just happened to fill every dimension in the world of creation. The speed of the trader's growth was too terrifying and incredible. This time, it must complete the battle in one fell swoop, and it would not give him any more chances. Before taking out the world of creation and allowing the 3,000 worlds to form a 9-story tower-like structure in the void in the cup, although it controlled the Holy Grail and even had a new version of internal force that combined several abilities, in the endless heavenly world, such a character like him was really not considered powerful. In terms of pure strength, his ability was at most equivalent to a slightly more powerful mortal god. In terms of talent and realm, he was just a young god emperor who was still growing. But all of a sudden, after he came back from the dead, and after the origin will and the 8 main gods woke up after a short period of sleep, they suddenly realized that this guy had completed a terrifying N-level jump in an instant. He suddenly went from a small character to an unfathomable one. He had personally created a plane with no upper limit and left an infinite number of clones of his will in the infinite dimensions of this plane. This meant that it was no longer possible to kill him in the same way as before. Once one of his consciousnesses was erased, he could immediately draw a mental duplicate from the world of creation and multiply it into the main body. In addition, the origin will could not see through the depth of the information in the world of creation. And the tree principle standing in the middle of the world of creation was not ordinary either. Although the origin will had known of the existence of the tree principle a long time ago, it had not seen it with its own eyes after all. It only knew that the tree principle could threaten the heavenly world, but it did not know where the specific threat was. Now the origin will finally saw the tree principle through the eyes of the God race projection. The moment it saw the tree principle with its own eyes, the origin will had a feeling that it was about to be devoured. The tree principle was like a whirlpool. It was obviously just peeking at other people's memories, but it could bring an irresistible attraction to it, luring it to become a part of it. If it was not for the fact that all the protoss in the endless heavenly world added up to fill the world of creation, and that as long as it could control the time in the world of creation and obliterate every world of creation at the same time, it would be able to completely destroy it, the origin would have almost given up. Time suddenly jumped to N1 years later. Chen Guang looked at the 9 people in front of him, and for a moment, he did not know what was going on. According to his imagination, he should have seen about hundreds of millions of human players standing in front of the giant 9-story tree. These people were the true elites of the elites who stood out from the tens of trillions of people on Earth. But this number might not be hundreds of millions, but tens of thousands or even thousands, and there might only be a few people. But in any case, there must be such a small group of people who persevered. The number of Protoss players who persevered to the end should be a little more than the human players, but not by much. Tens of trillions of human players came, and tens of trillions of Protoss players came. Judging by the performance of both sides in the past, although the Protoss players now had a larger base, they often performed average when faced with the same game test. That was why Chen Guang made such an inference. But now the situation was a little different from what he had imagined. He was standing in front of the giant tree, but there were only a total of 9 people standing in front of him. To be precise, they could not be called people, but 9 glowing spheres of different shapes. Of course, if one were to take a closer look, they would discover that the 9 spheres were not simply glowing. The seemingly colorful radiance was actually lines of mysterious symbols and patterns. Chen Guang recognized the black sphere among them. The dark halo flowing on the black sphere gave him the feeling that it was the end of all things. This must be the Lord of Chaos. In that case, the other 8 light spheres around him were at least at the same level as him. 9 lords? No, that's not right. Chen Guang looked at the clump of mist standing at the center of the 9 light spheres. The clump of mist was pure white and seemed to be the polar opposite of the primal Chaos Lord's incarnation. However, the runes that formed its body emitted laws of a deeper level. In addition, this fog gave him an exceptionally familiar feeling. It seemed to be someone he knew. He opened his mouth and asked, "Dear Cry? Origin?" At the same time, he turned back a part of his mind to see what exactly had happened. Should I rewind the timeline to the moment when the strengthened god's projections descended? Should I then use my clones in every dimension to crush these strengthened god's projections prematurely? No, there are 9 main gods standing in front of me now, one of whom is suspected to be the origin will of the god realm. Not only is he extremely powerful, but he also seems to be able to interfere with the operation of the Holy Grail to a certain extent. They will not give me the opportunity to act easily. He took another look, and sure enough, the moment the enhanced projections descended, these 9 people stood in front of him. Of course, he could freely travel through the time dimension, but they could not. But to them, from the moment they appeared in front of him until now, it was actually just a moment. Chen Guang did not know that the 9 main gods in front of him were also in a difficult position. According to the original plan of the origin will, they had originally planned to occupy all the dimensional sections at the same time and move completely at the same time, completing the kill instantly. But now there was a section that they could not penetrate. Even with the control of the laws of the origin will, they still could not penetrate the dimension where hundreds of millions of players were gathered. So now, should they kill or not? I don't know what Dear Cry is, nor do I know what the origin is. I only know that you must die. At this moment, a voice came from the fog of laws in the center. Hearing this, Chen Guang immediately exclaimed, "Isn't that the voice of Dear Cry? I had long felt that you were up to no good. As expected, you're really despicable and sinister." Actually, he did not know a thing, it was completely after the fact. You're probably talking about a god emperor in some god realm, I know. But to the entire origin will of the god realm, there is no independent existence in the god realm. Everything in the god realm, from matter to spirit, is just a part of the origin will. The god emperor Dear Cry that you mentioned has already been very honored to return to the origin and become a part of me. As for being despicable and sinister, they don't exist. The light ball of laws of the origin will said in a very calm tone. Of course, she would not admit that as a great and noble existence like the origin will of the god realm, she was actually a spy. In fact, the real Dear Cry had been targeted by the origin will a long time ago when the daughter of the master god of chaos, Azure, went missing. When Chen Guang's wrath erupted, he passed through the plane barrier of the god realm and rushed straight to earth. The Dear Cry divine consciousness that followed was actually the origin will of the god realm. Just as the origin will said, everything in the god realm was originally a part of it. As a whole, it was naturally very easy to disguise as a part of itself. Therefore, Azure was not able to see through Dear Cry's disguise. She did not have the ability to do so. However, before cutting off her consciousness, Azure had secretly left an obsession in her heart. Apart from Chen Guang, she could not trust anyone. Therefore, many times when Dear Cry tried to probe Chen Guang's memory in Cloud City, it was stopped by Azure in time. At that time, the origin will was deeply integrated with the heavenly Holy Grail. If it rashly fought with Azure, it might not be able to achieve complete victory, so it chose to endure. As for now, when Chen Guang questioned her about Dear Cry, she would not take it seriously. Whether it was Dear Cry, Yu Ting, or even the strongest master gods like the Master God of Chaos and the Master God of Fate, in the view of the origin will, all of them were a part of itself. She could be, but she could also not be. You're stalling for time, but it's meaningless. Suddenly, the Master God of Reality and the Master God of Time spoke at the same time. During this period of time just now, the two Master Gods had already joined hands and used the power of laws of reality and time at the same time, boasting that they had obtained the most real thoughts of Qin Guang at this moment, and even saw what was going to happen next. Qin Guang was shocked. He thought to himself, why am I stalling for time? Anyway, it's already like this. If you're not satisfied, just fight. Is there a second option? Where did you guys get so many scenes from? A bunch of drama queens fell from the sky. Although he didn't know how these main gods managed to transcend to the point where they could see the giant tree while everyone else was trapped in the final level, this wasn't important. These main gods weren't some cabbage sold on the streets. They were the strongest existences in the god realm, the main gods. It was not surprising that they could do such an incredible thing. You guys think you've won? No, this is my territory. Here, I'm invincible. Do I need to stall for time? Forget it, let's not talk anymore. Bring it on, all of you, die. He was no longer the weak rookie of the past. Now, after countless years of lifespan, Qin Guang's combat instincts had already reached perfection. Others thought that he was stalling for time, but he felt that it was better to make the first move while he was still strong. Otherwise, who knew what would happen when the strengthened projections that were about to break through the last layer of the dimensional barrier stood in front of him? These Protoss were too shameless. They sacrificed the weak at the drop of a hat, and then used the 6 gods to combine their powers, just like the hand of the Master God of Chaos that killed him previously. This time, there were an infinite number of Protoss, and in front of him were 9 Master Gods, one of whom was very strong. If the other party used the 6 gods to combine their powers again, it would be too embarrassing for him. Therefore, as soon as he finished speaking, he attacked. As the creator of the world of creation and the highest dimension in this plane, Qin Guang had a unique ability to suppress and control the lower dimensions. As long as he was willing, he could completely control everything in the world of creation to exert a crushing attack on the other party. His influence was macroscopically enough to affect the entire dimension, but microscopically, it was specifically implemented in every wisp of energy, every inch of space, every fundamental particle, and every rule in the world of creation. A terrible pressure came from the world of creation, crushing the origin will and the 8 Master Gods' respective law spheres in all directions without any blind spots. The 8 Master Gods, led by the Master God of Chaos, were confused. He was so straightforward. I'm sure. There is no remnant of the traitor's consciousness in that one space. It's a dimension that is not under his control. Suddenly, the voice of the origin will sounded in the consciousness of the 8 Master Gods. The 8 Master Gods immediately understood. This meant that they could directly attack without any scruples. There was no need to consider the area that the Protoss projection was fighting for with the human players. As long as the traitor's main body in front of him and his other avatars in the N1 dimension were killed at the same time, he would be dead. Then attack. The will of the 8 Master Gods became extremely condensed in an instant. The rules that they controlled radiated out and began to compete with Qin Guang for control of the dimension cross-section. Chapter 1325. When you are looked at by me, your fate is involuntarily controlled by me. The God of Destiny spoke in a clear voice, his voice like a great bell, and his face was like jade. As the God of Destiny spoke, the rule light ball representing destiny suddenly rose into the air and immediately expanded, turning into a giant bell floating in the air. It was the bell of destiny that Qin Guang had seen once in the world of destiny. It was almost exactly the same. Since the evolution of the giant bell, Qin Guang's control over the rule of destiny in the world of creation had suddenly weakened a lot. He could even feel that his own fate was being manipulated. In this world of creation, he had a very strong ability to predict the future to a certain extent. But now he had an illusion, and he actually saw his own line of destiny suddenly cut off. This meant that his fate was being tampered with, and he was going to die prematurely? What a joke! As he was thinking about this, the God of Truth on the other side also made a move. The light ball representing the God of Truth suddenly exploded and spread to all parts of the dimensional space where everyone was. The God of Truth wanted to snatch the control of the world of creation from Qin Guang on both the material and energy levels. The Rule light ball that the God of Illusion had incarnated pounced directly at Qin Guang. Qin Guang didn't have any time to react at all, and the God of Illusion directly hit him in the head. Puma, why am I here? What am I going to do? The three major philosophical questions of life suddenly rose in Qin Guang's mind, which was the most common disorder in a person's thinking when he had self-doubt. The next three questions were further diverged, and Qin Guang's mind had such deep self-doubt as whether he really existed, whether the people on Earth were actually projections created by some high-level life form in the three-dimensional world, or whether the Earth online was simply a very real game, or whether he was just a character in a novel. This was the ability of the Master God of Illusion. Through its control over the laws, it could cause anyone who was targeted by it to doubt themselves from the deepest level of their personality, questioning whether everything was real and seeing everything as an illusion. As for the Life Master God, she reached out a gigantic hand from within the ball of light. With another wave, she pointed towards the faraway Qin Guang, who was currently in the midst of falling into an illusory state. In the blink of an eye, emerald green vines began to grow wildly from Qin Guang's body. The vines soared into the sky, growing extremely fast. The nutrients it absorbed were none other than Qin Guang's life force. This was not a simple vine. In the infinite dimensional creation world, every flower, grass, and tree had extremely profound dimensional attributes. This move of the Lord of Life had crossed the infinite dimensional difference and landed directly on Qin Guang's body. The vine that was produced was actually an existence on the same level as Qin Guang's life level. Although he was the overgod of life, in the process of catalyzing life, he was also robbing another life. Life and death complemented each other and accompanied each other. One lived and the other died. On the other side, the Death Master God followed up decisively. A ray of gray light filled with despair shot out from the gray ball that the Death Master God had transformed into, piercing straight into Qin Guang's eyes. Lowly traitor, your life ends here, and your death begins now and lasts for eternity. As the gray light of death pierced into Qin Guang's mind, an extremely dense aura of death arose from the depths of his soul. In an instant, Qin Guang fell into a state of absolute death. It was almost exactly the same as the last time he faced true death. His five senses and even his sixth sense were taken away, and all he felt was an aura of death. The Time Master God suddenly turned into a river of time and swept towards Qin Guang. Originally, the flow of time in the world of creation was controlled by Qin Guang, so he had an unlimited lifespan in this plane. However, after being enveloped by the Time Master God's river, he could feel that his lifespan was rapidly decreasing. Previously, the Death Master God had injected him with the sense of death. Although that feeling was almost tangible, it was not enough to kill him on the spot. However, the Time Master God had changed the length of his lifespan. His unlimited lifespan had suddenly become limited. Although this limited number was still extremely huge, it was already a qualitative change compared to unlimited. Although he did not know where the end of his life was, this end had already changed from nothing to something. The Space Master God collapsed on the spot, and the space magic ball turned into the tiniest basic particles one after another. Each of these particles had a dimensional height that was infinitely close to that of the world of creation, and they even had control of the infinite dimensional power. After breaking up into pieces, the Space Master God dispersed towards Qin Guang from all directions, forming a ball, and Qin Guang was in the center of this ball. For a moment, Qin Guang, who was originally like a fish in water in the world of creation, suddenly felt a little uncomfortable, as if a fish had left the water, a bird had fallen into the sea, and a person had fallen into a swamp. He went from being able to command everything in the world, and suddenly he was surrounded by enemies. This was the control of the Space Master God, turning the space into Qin Guang's enemy, suppressing him in all aspects. Chaos, on the other hand, stretched out a hand from the black ball that he had turned into, and stretched out his 5 fingers to grab Qin Guang. As expected of the most powerful master god, this seemingly simple claw contained extremely profound and powerful power. The index finger of chaos represented the end of space, the middle finger the end of time, the ring finger the end of rules, and the little finger the end of divine power. As for his thumb, it had even adapted to the infinite dimensions of the world of creation, representing the end of dimensions, which was equal to n dimensions. This claw of the master god of chaos was at least 100 million times more powerful than the one that killed Qin Guang the last time. The last time, he had only sent a projection of one hand, but this time, it was a complete projection of the strength and rule, so the power was naturally incomparable. The rule light ball in the center, which represented the origin will, did not move at all. It was unknown whether she was unwilling to make a move, or if she was preparing some big move, but it could also be that something was shackling her. But this was not important. Qin Guang did not have time to think about this at all. He was facing a master god now. No one was born to be a master god. Every master god had trained hard from the lowest level, fought step by step, and climbed up step by step. They had experienced countless cruel battles and slaughters. They had become stronger as they wandered between life and death and fought. Their understanding of the laws grew higher and higher, and their divine power grew stronger as well. In the past, the projections of the Protoss were immature in many aspects, but that was not their true self. Their divine will, wisdom, and awareness were often complemented by their own divine power realm and rule understanding. When the projection was weakened when they descended, their state of mind was also weakened. But this time, the strengthened projection and the master gods that descended with the origin will could inherit at least 1/10 of the state of mind of the original body in the realm of gods. What was reflected in the battle was the unparalleled battle consciousness of these master gods. Even though their tone and attitude were filled with disdain for the traitors that they could not shake off, that was just a natural reaction from high-ranking existences like overgods. In a true battle, they would never hold back, and they would use their full strength when they struck. Even if they had not experienced a battle for many years, this was an instinct that was engraved in the depths of the rule of the soul. The joint attack of 8 master gods put Qin Guang in a desperate situation in an instant, and he seemed to be in imminent danger. However, he did not panic. Just as he said, this was his territory. No one can defeat me here, not even a master god, no one. Qin Guang said in a muffled voice, and his human body also scattered. Although the human form was the end of evolution, and it was the most comprehensive physical form, intelligence, creativity, and other factors were also taken into account. In terms of combat power, there were too many shackles in the human form with a physical body. It did not matter if he was facing an average enemy, but the opponents in front of Qin Guang were too strong, and they could directly attack him at the level of the rule. He had to change his stance. Since his opponents could transform into energy and rule, he had to transform into energy too. Of course, normal humans could not do this. Even players whose awakened ability was elementalization could only transform their bodies into elements. But elementalization was not the most basic level of energy. In a battle with a master god, elementalization was not enough. Fortunately, his body had been reforged, and it was no longer an ordinary human form. After exploding, he could completely integrate himself into the creation world, and at the same time, he could communicate with his infinite selves in the infinite dimension, and he could precisely control everything in the creation world. If the previous rule attack of the 8 master gods was to seize control of the creation world and kill Qin Guang here, then the Qin Guang that the master gods were facing now had become the real creation world. My fate is decided by me. No one can change it. You don't have the final say. Qin Guang's words came from the void, and the bell of fate, which was the incarnation of the master god of fate, seemed to have been hit by someone. It let out a loud bang and then cracks spread. In an instant, the giant bell broke into pieces, turning into bits and pieces that quickly disappeared. The master god of fate's rule light ball appeared again, but it was much smaller than before. Get lost! Qin Guang shouted again, and the rule light ball that the master god of truth had just merged with the creation world suddenly appeared from the void in all directions and merged again. Just now, Chen Guang used his identity as the master of the world of creation to expel the power of the God of truth from all dimensions of the real world in terms of both matter and energy at the same time, causing him to retreat dejectedly like an outsider who was driven away. Everything is an illusion. I am me. I'm not going anywhere. I'm only going to be myself. Even if I'm really just a character in a novel? But so what? I still have my own life. Everything I've experienced is not an illusion. Memories emerged in the creation world at the same time. These memories were the countless life journeys that Chen Guang had experienced. These journeys were both real and illusory. The infinite number of life experiences allowed Chen Guang to instantly see through the illusion created by the master god of illusion. As Chen Guang's body was completely energized, the vines that the master god of life had produced became rootless duckweeds, falling apart and collapsing. Having lost its source of vitality, the life vine quickly withered and died, and finally turned into dust and returned to the soil of the creation world. Although the life vine had completely replicated Chen Guang's dimensional level, Chen Guang's energization was too complete at this time, and the vines could not take root. As the vines were absorbed by the creation world, the rule light ball of the master god of life trembled slightly and was already injured. Chen Guang targeted the master god of death again, but he did not do anything. He just used his own control of the creation world to completely transform the life vine that he had just absorbed into a part of himself, and then directly used the rule and power of the master god of life to fight against the master god of death's gray light of death. The power of the two master gods was already on par, and with Chen Guang secretly controlling it, the gray light of death was quickly defeated. He had seen real death long ago, and he had even experienced countless life and death situations. When he was killed by the master god of chaos with a slap, what he experienced was complete death. Now, although the gray light that the master god of death shot out now contained the rule of the divine realm, it was still inferior to the creation world. The state of absolute death in the eyes of the master god of death was nothing but a trivial matter in the eyes of Chen Guang, as simple as eating and drinking water. The logic was the same as a two-dimensional life without vision, unable to understand three-dimensional light, and unable to understand the difference between day and night. Immediately after, Chen Guang looked at the river of time, and focused his mind on it, and pointed with a finger. The river of time suddenly trembled, and completely broke away from the control of the master god of time. The surface of the river became wider and wider, and in a moment, it turned into a vast ocean. The original unlimited length of life returned to unlimited, and the master god of time was defeated. The sky shook heavily again, and thunder boomed. Even the 9-story giant tree shook violently, and the master god of space and the master god of truth were driven out of the creation world, and returned to their original form. Shortly after, a huge white hand condensed in the void and reached for Hun Dun's black claw. Soldier against soldier, general against general, the thumb of the huge white hand represented the infinity of dimensions, the index finger represented the infinity of space, the middle finger represented the infinity of time, the ring finger represented the infinity of rules, and the little finger represented the infinity of the new version of inner force. He did not know how they did it, but they could actually find his will doppelganger in the dimensional space and launch attacks on it. This was simply unimaginable. Will doppelgangers did not have a physical body and could not be captured. However, these strengthened God race projections had clearly received some benefits before they descended, allowing them to see and even touch Chen Guang's will doppelganger. However, the battles seen in these dimensions made Chen Guang laugh. Most of the strengthened God race projections who took the initiative to provoke him were no match for his will doppelganger, and they were so overwhelmed that they could not breathe. Only a very small number of strengthened God race projections with God Emperor cultivation had the upper hand, but they did not destroy Chen Guang's will doppelganger. He did not know what they were waiting for. But the strange thing was that even though the low-level God race projections were at a disadvantage, they did not panic at all, as if they still had trump cards that they had not shown. I thought that there was no need for this, but now it seems that I have miscalculated. but you won't be so lucky next time. Lu Ming, the incarnation of the Origin Will, spoke in that crisp Lolita voice again. Her tone was cold, giving people a strong sense of disharmony. Chen Guang grinned slightly and did not answer. Although he did not know much about God, nor did he know what tricks the Origin Will had at this time, he knew that it was definitely not trivial. So, as a well-informed young man, of course, Chen Guang would not let himself become a villain who died because of talking too much. Don't be fooled by his silence at this time, he was actually up to no good. At this time, the giant white hand that he struck out was only an attack on the surface, but his real killing move had already invisibly approached the opponent. Just at the moment when the giant white hand was about to envelop, the space beside the Lord suddenly split open, and countless tentacles sprang out of the crack, sweeping towards the Lord at a very fast speed. This was the big move that Chen Guang had prepared. He wanted to kill in one blow and catch the opponent off guard. His method wasn't very advanced. It was to first control the will of his doppelganger to accumulate energy in other dimensions, and then directly tear through the dimensional barrier next to the Lord God, stabbing these extremely lethal and destructive long tentacles at the other party. Seeing this, the Origin Will did not panic at all. She only stared fiercely, and two rays of divine light emerged from her pupils, piercing the sky of the realm of creation. Chen Guang's giant white hand and billions of long tentacles did not even get close to the Lord, and they were all absorbed by the Origin Will, probably turning into its nutrients. The divine light in her eyes pierced through the sky, and an abundant amount of divine power descended from the sky, pouring into the realm of creation. In an instant, the 9-story giant tree in the realm of creation trembled violently and actually grew wildly again. The infinite sections of the dimensions vibrated at the same time. Flowers, trees, birds, beasts, insects, fish, cities, roads, and so on were like sponges soaked in water, evolving at an extremely fast speed. The Origin Will finally pulled the laws and the source of divine power in the entire endless divine realm into the realm of creation, with only one goal: to restore the original strength of the Lord and the other projections of the gods. Time seemed to stand still at this moment, and countless figures fell from the hole pierced by the divine light. Most of them quickly dissipated in the air of the realm of creation, probably merging into the various sections of the dimensions. Among them, 9 shadows directly landed on the ground, merging into one with the 8 Lord and the Origin Will. Even Chen Guang felt a terrifying pressure bearing down on him as he unleashed his demonic might. The Lord had ruled the divine realm for countless years, and among them, there was even the Origin Will that controlled all things in the divine realm. Kneel! The Origin Will and the 8 Lords shouted in unison. In fact, this was a meaningless thing. If it was the Origin Will in the past, it would not have done such a superfluous thing. But now, she was in the image of Lu Ming, and had once merged with the body of the heavenly Holy Grail, with human-like characteristics. She was doing this to make the traitor, Chen Guang, completely submit. This is impossible. Chen Guang was still in the void, merging into the laws, but he could still feel the unparalleled pressure coming from the other party. Then die! The Origin Will shouted, and divine light shot out from her eyes again, but this time, the divine light did not form a beam, but spread everywhere in the realm of creation. The other 8 Lord Gods who had completely recovered the strength of the divine realm also did the same, each displaying their own power. The other projections of the God race in the infinite sections of the dimensions also all turned into their original bodies, each displaying their own unique skills, such as a punch to the sky, or using the realm as a guide to ignite the sky-burning fire, or absolute ice, freezing all things. At the same time, Chen Guang only felt that countless of himself were completely blasted into pieces at the same time. The realm of creation could no longer withstand this terrifying energy, and instantly exploded. With a loud rumble, cracks appeared everywhere, and actually scattered like broken glass. The 9-story giant tree, which was also the big trouble in the eyes of the God race, quickly withered, and then turned into rotten wood, collapsing with a loud bang. At this time, he finally understood what the God race was up to. They had waited for a long time, just to kill all of themselves, at this moment. I've lost again? I fell into the same pit twice in a row? All of my mental doppelgangers are gone, and the realm of creation is also gone. Next, the origin will completely destroy the entire heavenly holy grail, right? I'm afraid I'm completely finished this time. Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly froze. Strange, wasn't I already dead? Why is my mind still so clear? I don't feel anything at all. Finally, we finally have the last laugh. The heavenly holy grail is mine. In a daze, Qin Guang vaguely heard someone speaking, and it was familiar Chinese. What's going on? Oh, right, there's still a place in the realm of creation that hasn't been destroyed. That's right, it was the neutral territory that the human and god race players had fought over in the Holy Grail. That originally inconspicuous section of the dimensions seemed to have an exceptionally solid barrier, and even the strengthened god race projection could not penetrate it. It seemed to have been spared. Does this mean that I actually had a doppelganger in the neutral territory from the beginning? Doesn't the origin will know? Oh, right, I don't even know myself. I think I've also deceived the origin will. What the hell? The heavenly holy grail is actually just a teacup. And it's made of antique glass? Why is there a man on it? Chen Guang opened his eyes. Why did this man open his eyes? My awakened ability. Cries of extreme pain came from the mouth of the man holding the heavenly holy grail. Chen Guang walked out of the portrait on the grail and stood in front of the man in person. He ignored him and looked around. This was indeed the contested territory he had seen before. This was on top of a high mountain. A mountain road spiraled from the top of the mountain to the foot of the mountain. Along the way, there was devastation everywhere. These were the traces of an extremely tragic battle, but there were no corpses. In such a huge section, there was no one else but the man who was crying out in alarm. He was a human and a huaxiao at that. Of the hundreds of trillions of players who had been put into the realm of creation, he was the only one who had the last laugh. Alright, stop crying. You don't feel any pain at all. The awakened ability in your body was only lent to you by me. You don't lose anything by returning it to me now. As Qin Guang spoke, he took a deep breath. Countless kinds of strange energy that permeated this dimension section were flying toward him. The awakened abilities left behind by the dead players in the realm of creation were gathering toward him like rivers returning to the sea. The man was stunned at first, then looked at Qin Guang blankly. You are? Qin Guang nodded with a smile. That's right, it's me. Who are you? Qin Guang said, what the F***ck? He had thought that this guy knew him. After all this time, he was not his believer. He was just a top-level player. Forget it, you can go. I'll send you back to Earth. Your mission is over. The game mission is over. With a wave of his hand, Chen Guang tore open the space and sent his consciousness back to Earth. Chen Guang then turned his gaze to the distance. The realm of creation of the infinite dimension was recovering and evolving rapidly. But not long after, the origin will stood in front of him again with the 8 lords. This time, they had expressions. This is impossible. There was a hint of anger in the tone of the origin will. Nothing is impossible. There are 2 heavenly holy grails. One is the female cup, and the other is the male cup. The female cup is glass, and it's on the outside. It was me in the male cup. I've been waiting for you here. As Qin Guang spoke, he casually grabbed the glass beside him. There were no more decorative paintings on it. It was indeed beyond my expectations that you could kill me in the realm of creation. But now it seems that this unexpected scene was also within my calculations. I should have been killed by you like this. Otherwise, how could I have made you willingly merge the endless divine realm with the realm of creation? With another wave of his hand, Qin Guang's left palm broke through space and time. He took out the female cup, printed with glass from a certain museum on Earth. What are you doing? The Lord of Chaos asked coldly. This is Azure, my daughter. Chen Guang blinked. Let me ask you a question. What is the daughter of Zhongdiandian? He knew that the lords would not answer, and he did not intend to get an answer from them. Instead, he answered his own question very quickly. The daughter of Zhongdiandian is another starting point. Before he finished speaking, Chen Guang grabbed 2 cups in his left and right hands. He quickly approached them and slammed them together. Bang! The heavenly Holy Grail, which was supposed to be indestructible, actually shattered like an ordinary glass cup. Nothing seemed to have happened, but Azure, who was dressed in a feather robe, slowly appeared behind Chen Guang. She took another step forward and stood side by side with him. Azure looked ahead with a cold gaze. When she glanced at Lu Ming, there seemed to be a flash of sadness, but it was quickly relieved. As long as they could achieve their goal, everything that was lost could be taken back. The Origin Will and the 8 Lords knew that something was wrong and tried to break free. But the Holy Grail had already shattered. The 3,000 worlds in the Holy Grail, even the void in the Cup and Cloud City, were disintegrating at the same time. The level of this disintegration had surpassed all dimensions, laws, and rules. It was irreversible, but at the same time, it formed an unbreakable barrier. The first to die in the void were the low-level Protoss who were deprived of all energy and rules. But this time, they did not lose their projections, but their true bodies. What followed was the collapse of over 3,000 worlds in cups from the 1st to the 9th layer. Everything returned to true nothingness. True nothingness was an existence that was even more profound than the nothingness that existed before the birth of the Earth universe. At this moment, this true nothingness crossed planes and gathered behind Chen Guang from the void. Feeling the unprecedented power, Chen Guang raised his hands. I, the Radiance, from today onwards, break the God realm. Azure, who was standing beside him, raised her hands at the same time and said in an extremely solemn tone, I, Azure, from today onwards, become the second Origin. 4 rays of light shot out from the palms of the 2 people, enveloping the Origin Will and the 8 Lords. No matter how crazily they struggled, it was futile. Perhaps only a moment had passed, or perhaps hundreds of millions of years had passed. The Origin Will and the 8 Lords had completely melted into the light, becoming a part of Chen Guang's power. When Chen Guang turned to look at Lori, the latter smiled and retreated. She pulled some distance away from Chen Guang and emitted a multicolored radiance around her. The ground formed invisibly under her feet. The sky appeared above her head. Azure herself gradually became invisible, growing again with a whistling sound. In the blink of an eye, she had turned into a giant glass tree that could support the heavens and the earth. This was the true face of the tree, representing new life. A moment later, a deep hole slowly opened under the feet of the tree that Azure had turned into. Entering this hole represented entering a higher plane and world in the endless God realm. However, Chen Guang was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he silently waved his hand and rebuilt the real universe that had just collapsed. In this real universe, the trajectory of humans on Earth would continue to follow the future after 5050 AD. Humans on Earth, who had already become a god-level civilization and had glimpsed the origin of the universe, nothingness, in the endless God realm, would have a bright future in this real universe. As for the world that Chen Guang really wanted to return to, he would create another one. That would be the autumn of 2016 AD. At that time, Wenwen had not yet died, and he had just become famous. After doing this, Chen Guang lifted his feet and walked into the infinite tunnel under the glass tree. Earth, Chengdu City. On the morning of November 19, 2017 AD, an author named Thing in the Fire was sitting in front of the computer like a zombie, typing this urban novel that had tortured him for 2 whole years. He felt that his story had been told, but he could not think of a perfect ending. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. Buddy, look back. He turned around like a dumb goose. Chen Guang looked at this prematurely aged middle-aged man and sighed. Although I had guessed it a long time ago, this kind of truth is still quite despairing. I actually really am just a character in a novel. Did you feel good making me up? That actually, it wasn't very good. But the poor thing in the fire took a heavy slap on his face, and he was stunned. No one would believe it, but I was King slapped by the male protagonist in my own novel. From now on, you have to give me real freedom. I want to live for real. Chen Guang restrained the urge to strangle this old man. When he thought of his fate being manipulated by this old man, he gritted his teeth in hatred. He was dumbfounded. What should I do? Get out of my way. Chen Guang pulled him up from the chair, grabbed the keyboard, and started typing on the computer, writing 4 words. To be continued. Then, Chen Guang opened the author's platform of Thing in the Fire, uploaded the chapter, and clicked Publish. Then he changed the status of the work from serialization to finished. That's it? He asked in confusion. Chen Guang nodded. Yes, from now on, you can't write any more words in this book. This way, I will be free, and I will have my own future. Goodbye, oh no, goodbye forever. Chen Guang grinned and said meaningfully. End of the book. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.